I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are getting ready now. It's going to be a little bit of a schizophrenic stream, so you're going to have to, I'm going to have to apologize in advance a little bit. It should still be a lot of fun. But the reason why we're doing this research thing today is because at 6 p.m. we're going to go on the WIC panel. And I want to make sure that we're actually talking about what's real, I guess. And this is the original post. Okay. So I'm pulling up the Pisco tweet. I'm probably going to pull up the Hakeem second thought Hasan bit. And then Hakeem Hasan second thought podcast. There was this one that was like totally psychotic. I might need some help finding it, but there was one where it was Hasan, Hakeem, and I think second thought hanging out, and they were just being total fucking pieces of shit. They were like, "Lol, these fucking dumbass liberals, you know, I just show up and you know, I pretend to be more moderate than I am, and the whole goal is to get them converted over to socialism and communism, and Marxist-Leninism is the only way we're going to save society, and realistically, this is what we're going to need to do to our enemies, and blah, 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 blah." And so it's this total fucking just like admitting, like hanging out with friends and admitting to how fucked up you are. That's what it is. All right, hold on. Let me make sure that it's, I think I'm misspelling Hakeem. Hakeem's a total fucking piece of shit too. I watched one of his Iraq videos and he's like, "Lol, America killed everybody. Everybody's evil. Blah, 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 blah." And then just total fucking self-sweep for jihadist terrorism. Like jihadist terrorism might as well not have existed. And if it did exist, it might as well all been Western imperialism. Like the only reason why it exists is because of Western imperialism. So there's no description here. I'm looking for the original show. All right, anyways, I found the show, but I'm going to need some help from chat figuring out exactly where's what. Then we also need, I know it seems like a Hasan research hate stream. That's what it seems like so far. But Hasan baby settlers. But oftentimes I do respond to clips. So I should get the original. I should get the original as maximally as possible. I might need your guys' help. I know I'm just yapping to myself right now while I pull shit up, but what would it be? It would be so I want to watch the second thought. I want to check out Pisco's tweets in relation to the political choices that are in front of us. I want to find the Hasan self-sweeping shit. I want to find the Hasan justifying. I've already seen the Houthi terrorist attack shit. I want to find the baby settlers and the justifications of attacks against civilians, and then we'll take it from there. I'll respond to whatever else you guys think is relevant. All right, so checking in with chat because I parasocially love you and I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. Rob says I never liked him. True. Kay says yo, good morning. Amphibious Orca says good morning. Good morning to you. Thanatos Jamie says yo, good morning to you as well. Amphibious, nice intro song. Thank you. Where's the original video from? I made it. The original videos are just like various popular dance videos. Like you could actually just type into YouTube silly black guy dancing and you'll pull up that video. Same thing with like kid dancing in club. You'll pull up that video. These are all wildly popular dance videos, but I created I never liked him. Well, I didn't create the song, but I took the song, which is popular on TikTok, and then I mashed it up with the dancing videos. 2 viewers who rated. Fuck you. Casey from Long Island says, "What's up, big homie? Good morning. Good morning to you. Hi, Jonah Zilla. Good to see you. Chris Smith. Hello. Evening from Australia. Good evening." Kay says, "You and Destiny versus Pisco and Econo Boy." Yes. Now, I know everybody has the expectation that I'm just going to sit back and stand by and let Pisco and Destiny rip each other to fucking shreds, but that's not going to happen, dude. Like, matter of fact, sorry, I'm gonna pre-explain something that's going to piss me off later. I get it. Destiny's the bigger guy. Pisco's a little bit bigger than me, but let's be real, we're peers. And then Pisco and him are the ones who have beef. So if I purely want the content to flow, then I should just let them fight it out. But if they want to fight it out, don't fucking invite me, right? Just have Pisco and fucking Destiny fight it out. And realistically, they should. But let's be real. There's a social dynamic here where Pisco, I don't know how he feels about it, but I don't think he's totally comfortable just showing up on a Steven stream solo, because that would be viewed as like kind of like a renormalization of their relationship, even if they were in a contentious debate. It would be a renormalization of their relationship to be showing up and debating, because they've debated in the past, right? Whereas within a panel setting, there's a diffusion of responsibility where Wick is technically the host. I'm there, Econo Boy is there, and Steven's there. So there's this diffusion of responsibility where it doesn't look like Pisco is endorsing Steven's behavior that he has previously disavowed so aggressively. So I think that, conscious or unconscious, that's part of the dynamic. So if I'm going to be there, I'm not going to sit with my thumb up my ass and just like quietly sit in the fucking cuck chair. And that's going to be annoying. I already know there's going to be people in the comments who are like, "Connor, shut up. Just let Pisco and Destiny, fight it out." And I'm just pre-telling you, number one, that's not going to happen. Number two, go fuck yourself. So if that's your opinion. True Zealot says, "Looking at Reddit and clips, it looks like it'll be a war on Wick's panel tonight." Yeah, it should be fun. Severin says, "Anarchist Barian went on Tucker Counterpoints Politics." Yeah, that should be fun. We should do that later. But today we're just gearing up for, the war. Rob says, "Connor was off on Monday like a family-owned Chinese restaurant." No. It was just because I traveled. So I went to hang out with Steven. If you haven't watched it yet, we did another 1v1 discussion at the studio in Miami. It was fun. We had a lot of fun. But I got home at 3 a.m. and I didn't go to sleep until like 3:30 or 4. So I got like 5 hours of sleep by the time stream would have started. And I just felt like shit. Are you talking about the event they did? No, not the live event. It was a while ago. I'll show you a picture of the stream in a minute. eDreamcast says, "Sup, Connor, how's it going? Love listening to you and Destiny at Anything Else podcast." Yeah, it was fun. Econo Boy went on Tom Foolery show yesterday. That's cool. Hakeem's a waste of human flesh. I mean, I agree, but I feel kind of racist considering he's Arab and I'm a former Marine. I feel like that's rude. Turi Guyano says, "I'm here for the coalition." Based, Terry, based. Thomas Jamie says, "Drop the link." Not yet. Boondockson says, "Hey, Connor, do you think you would ever consider having a debate with Razorfist?" Of course. Dude, whenever you ask me if I would have a big debate with a large creator, the answer, generally speaking, is yes. The question is whether or not we have any access and whether or not that person cares to even talk. He's an Arizona-based conservative turned MAGA that claims to argue from a historical and factual framework, and he's full of shit. Yeah, I agree. His TikTok, or not his TikTok, his Twitter sucks. It's just fucking endless. It's like, not only am I smarter than you, but I can give Trump better blowjobs than you. And it's fucking cringe as shit. Most of the combo is going to be about Hasan anyways. Well, right. But I do want to start with the framework of what is Pisco truly saying in reference to the political analysis of the moment right now, right? Mark Grupke starting out with the donation. Thank you, King. $10. "Hey, I've been watching you a ton lately, but can never watch a stream. You're playing my interest into 40K. What's a good intro video? Have a good stream." Yeah, just in case you're still here, bud, I would actually start with my secret level breakdown I would start with my Astartes breakdown. I think both of those are pretty stinking good. And then I would do what is Warhammer 40K. That's one of my, I don't want to say older videos, but it's probably about a year or two old now. And it's literally a 7-minute summary of, you know, if you had to boil down what is 40K thematically or lore wise, here's the half a dozen mediums that you can engage with 40K with. That's probably the easiest. Like, I think I created probably one of the best intro videos to 40K as far as like getting people to understand it using other cultural references. Vanguard says deprogrammed is where the settler babies comes from, right? I think so. I think so. Deprogrammed was second thought, right? Deprogrammed podcast. Let me take a look. The deprogrammed episode, Hasan Pog 136. Ew. Ew. It's a lefty in a shitty apartment wearing a fucking face mask. And it's Hakeem. Oh, that's gross. I'll type in deprogram then Hasan Piker. Oh yeah, nice. There's straight up a fucking Soviet soldier with the skull grinning soy jack fucking executing a symbol of liberty. That's cool. That's cool. Deprogram podcast. Hasan Piker. I also don't want to sift through like endless bullshit. I know that we're going to have to do that this stream. This is probably it. Episode 74, Turkish lore and the poverty cult, featuring Hasanabi, the deprogram 2 years ago. That's probably the one I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for. Thank you. All right. Anyways, let me go back to you guys. Good luck on the debate. Thank you. The Sleshta says soup. Cool. It's like watching exes fight in public after a scandalous breakup. True. Take a drink every time Pisco says yes, yes or no. Got your blood, Connor. All right, cool. Why are Pisco and Desno beefing? Because it's, well, LB, you're probably going to love this. It's because whether or not, so this is my argument. This is my argument. Let me go ahead and pull up this beautiful picture that we made the other day. This was actually, I'm gonna pull up my original picture, and then I'm gonna pull up the new one based off of my conversation with Tallybots, which I already know is like heresy, but whatever. So not this one, this one. Okay. Let me show you guys this, okay? Because this is actually the entire point of my channel. I know it seems like the entire point of my channel is just drama and drama and geopolitical analysis. However, like geopolitical analysis shoved through the lens of drama. That's really my channel. However, the point of my channel is to try to get liberals, sensible progressives, moderate conservatives, conservatarians, libertarians, neoconservatives, and maybe a few of the contrarian centrists, like the Sitchin Adams and Tim Pool audience members, to kind of come together and realize that we shouldn't completely fucking annihilate and destroy our society just because our fucking national discourse sucks, right? And so if you will please consult your screen, while this might not be the most detailed, I'm trying to control plus it for you guys. I'm trying to zoom it in. So while this might not be the most detailed map in the world, this is the left-right political axis. Okay. For those of you who don't know, the left-right political axis was conceptualized during the French Revolution. Anybody who was more left-wing was typically for the people, like the Jacobins. They were for the peasant class, right? And so as a result, They, it would be the Jacobins or the revolutionaries or the progressives or whatever. Those are the members of French society who sat on the left side of Parliament. Then when it came to the institutionalists, the people who supported the monarchy or the church, or in modern context, the family or the government, those people sat on the right. So it's kind of like a institutionalism versus power of the people, right? Power of the people versus the institutions that have served them. And so this is stuck as political shorthand for describing the left-right dynamic because of a guy named Edmund Burke. I'll try to be very brief, but basically Edmund Burke is the father of conservatism, who was saying that what happened was the rigid traditions and the brittle traditions of the French and the traditionalists holding on to them allowed their society to be rotted out to the point that left-wing revolution was inevitable. And so what Burke proposed was that conservatives should be people who needle progress, who criticize progress, who push back on the bad ideas of progress. But ultimately, if there's a good idea that's proposed by the masses, then you integrate it into society. And that differentiates from traditionalists. I would actually argue that a lot of people who claim to be conservative in the modern era, they don't understand this idea at all, and they're actually philosophically traditionalist. However, progressives can go too far as well, so you need to be able to call them out. So let's just get into the left-right dynamic as we describe it, okay? Left, people power, Democrats, progressives, communists, they all care about the people. Right-wingers, institutionalists, social conservatives, fiscal conservatives, Burkean conservatives, and traditionalists, right? So what I want to do is the far left can go fuck itself. I don't give a shit about the far left. I hope they all die. Progressives, there's some progressives who are genuinely decent people who want to improve the world, and they're not like psychotic fucking maniacs who are hell-bent on destroying society. They actually want to make things better. I can talk to some of those people. Liberals, I believe in maximal human freedom. I can definitely talk to liberals. Libertarians, moderates, and neocons, that's kind of where I'm at. And then the contrarian right, I view them similar as progressives, where a lot of them are genuinely decent people. They're just wrapped up in their own bullshit. And then MAGA, in my opinion, while it's 55% of the Republican Party, they're largely lost. We might break off one or two of them every now and then, but for the most part, if we dumped all of our political energy into MAGA, then we're just gonna lose because it's just too much. We can criticize them, but the chances of you actually breaking off a MAGA person into being one of these things is very low. And so this is the coalition I want to build, right? Now, what Tallybots pointed out, I think relatively astutely, she's not the first person to realize this, but she pointed out the fact that when you look at the value system, the dissident right and the far left, MAGA and progressives, actually share a lot in common when it comes to values. And the contrarian right, the progressives, the liberals, and the reachable center right, these people actually share more in common than they do with the far left or the dissident right. And the dissident right and the far left actually share a lot of the same bad vices. And so this is a different way of conceptualizing it, where instead of you thinking of it in the traditional left-right spectrum, you change it into the horseshoe. I was actually thinking about making this a symbol of the coalition, like taking like the Ultramarines chevron and turning it into this thing. Maybe we would do the Ultramarine chevron where it cuts off halfway through progressives, then it goes down, and then it cuts off halfway through contrarians. I know it's not a chevron, but whatever the fuck the symbol is for the Ultramarines. But the whole point is that this is the coalition. This is who I want to talk to. And this is the fight. Because Live and Learn says, hey, we are progressives and liberals, and the far left votes for the left. So we should be friends with these guys, or at least not spend too much energy criticizing them, because this part of the political spectrum, MAGA and the contrarians who sweep for them, is so fucking bad right now. But what Steven and what I'm saying, actually, I don't want to put Steven is saying, expand the liberals into the progressives, expand the liberals into the center right, and then somehow win, which, by the way, I think is totally politically retarded. I don't think he's going to take offense to that. I said that to his face. What I'm saying is These political tribes already exist, so let's build a coalition of these people in order to fuck over and starve out these people. That's the fight. That's the crux of the argument. And by the way, quick shill time. There's 100 people here already. I'm assuming we're getting some additional love just because we did the recent stream with Steven, and also, let's face it, Steven isn't live. I parasocially love you for being here and checking out the stream anyways. If you have a good time, please remember to like the stream, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people, and watch the VODs. Love the VODs. Run the VODs in the background. Leave a comment on the VODs. The VODs need your love. So we'll start getting into content momentarily, but I still want to talk with chat because this is effectively a research stream. So it's not going to be like segment, yapping, end of segment, chat, segment, yapping, end of segment, chat. It's effectively like it's a conversation between you and me getting ready for the 6 p.m. debate. So we'll still be watching content, but it'll be a little bit more haphazard. Get your blood, Connor. I don't know if you mean get my blood pressure meds. Thanatos Jamie says, I found the video. Thanks for the description video. No name, though. Interesting. Okay. You were there as a political pawn. What? For the 6 p.m. debate tonight? I'm not doing that. Did Pisco separate from Destiny post-Pixie? Yes. Possum Nation says it's over. Get ready for MAGA to win in 2028. Scary that so much of the left legit will only vote for command economy candidates. Vance will win them over. I hope not. We got to fight against it. We got 3 years. Kay says Pisco would get his ass handed to him. Well, we're doing it tonight, guys. We're doing it tonight. TL1524 says true. Wait, what's all going on, Wix panel? Me and Destiny versus Econoboy and Pisco on whether or not the center left should be allies with the far left in reference to electoral politics. It's at 6 p.m. tonight, Justin Garcia. Good video. You and Steven do a good show together. Thank you. Doesn't feel like Steven's ever going to play Warhammer. Probably not, but Steven only does what Steven wants to do, so I'm not going to force it. Rob says, I saw the conversation, good content. I'm sticking with the restaurant theory, but only because it's fun for me. Had to receive the sesame chicken shipment. I don't know what the restaurant theory is, but cool. Based on yesterday's mood, it might be Nebraska Steve today. Yeah, probably. I saw him freaking out on stream, which, by the way, freaking out or spurging out on stream is sometimes excellent content. Deus Halcyon says, I think I'm starting to have a dependency on your streams. Missed you yesterday. Well, thanks, Deus Halcyon. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make you addicted to the streams. Diaz Phantom says, honestly, I think this beef is dumb. Everyone talks past each other on the line, responding to the win, and then lets their emotion fester when in reality, nothing has been escalated. Well, TS Phantom, I think that's why we need to take a look at the argumentation that Pisco's actually making, rather than just creating in my head like, oh, Pisco wants to be best friends with Hasan. Like, no, I want to see what he's actually literally saying, not the emotional vibes of the conversation. TS Phantom says they simply could have jumped into Discord and sorted it back out when they were orbiters. Yeah, but now they can't. Two Hinge says Trump is a small dick. You don't need a whole mouth to give him a BJ. Straw would suffice. Well, I think that's actually how we're still talking about what's that creator? Razor Fist. We're talking about Razor Fist. I think that's why he's saying, like, I can do a better job than everybody else. And he's like he's like fitting everything in that. So Green Fan says, have you watched Bricky's Warhammer lore videos? I haven't. He seems like a good guy. He seems like he's nice, all that kind of stuff. But truth be told, he seems like a pop culture-y guy. And I'm not pop. I'm when it comes to Warhammer lore, I actually like the more interesting stuff. Like, I used to watch Major Kill, and sometimes I'll still check out a video if it looks interesting or whatever. But realistically, like, Major Kill's too pop. He like takes a segment, he talks about it for 10 minutes, and then he moves on. Whereas, like, I want to read the book. You know what I'm saying? Joe Vasquez says, hey, bro, loved your latest episode with Destiny. Nice insights. Can't wait for the blood sports later. Yeah, it should be fun. Should be fun. I will have to ignore chat eventually, because when we get up into the hundreds, it's hard for me to keep up with chat. But yeah. Hi, Sin Patty. Good to see you. Shows off his picture like a proud father base. True. Oh my God, Connor, don't be such a politician. What is the beef? I already told you what the beef is. The beef is whether or not the far left and the center left should work together in order to achieve political ends, or whether or not the far left are a bunch of fucking pieces of shit where you can accept their vote, but you don't want to sweep for them and you don't want to normalize their rhetoric because they say crazy, fucked up shit. That's what it is. Vince Wilson says, I feel like there's two sides of the YouTube Twitch poll that focus on the news of the day and those that focus on drama. It's kind of driven me nuts to see everything growing down and everyone focused on Hasan. Yeah, sure, but Vince Wilson, so this is the thing, because I would consider myself more of the fight of personalities in the drama, right? So guess what's happening in the news? You want to guess? Trump's doing bad shit. You know what that's doing that's bad? Mass deportations, ignoring civil rights, encouraging the ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and backstabbing Ukraine. That's what's going on. Do you know what we can do about any of those things? Fucking nothing until the midterms. So we could read the news about these 4 really upsetting events every single day, go into an existential depression, and then eventually fucking shoot ourselves in the face. Or we could get everybody energized, have fun, get, through drama, have good fights, talk about weird ideological shit, maybe do some community work, and then vote like a motherfucker in the midterms. I would rather do drama and have fun and talk about ideology and philosophy and geopolitics, all the shit that makes politics interesting, and then just vote in the midterms, than focus on things that are going to make me want to kill myself every single day. So, I mean, dude, if you want to go read about fucking starving kids in Gaza and how the Trump admin is helping them fucking kill themselves, there's like 10 million articles about it. And then if you want to research, what's the other one? Backstabbing Ukraine, fucking over Gaza, fucking up the economy, and fucking over Central Americans. If you want to go read about that, go read about that. I'm not going to stop you. Jonas Skagsland says, I discovered you through Destiny, and hearing you two have discussions that was calm, friendly, and funny was a breath of fresh air. I don't know much about you, but I will follow your career with great interest. Well, thank you for the donation, King. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Bezmoth says, I recently found your page through Destiny. I started off Hasanabi follower, but I'm starting to fall back because I didn't know his views were problematic until yesterday. I don't know if that's sarcastic, but that's funny. That's funny. I am in the grill category. I don't want millions to die in Africa from AIDS. Very based. LB says, progressives don't want to kumbaya with warmongers, Connor. Where's the starting point in 2025, not 1790? Well, LB, you're part of the problem. So that's the funny thing. Like, you and I fight every day for the entertainment of our audience, but you are part of the problem, in my opinion, because you basically say, like, no, we'll never ally with the center right. Actually, the far left has a bunch of interesting things to say. While I'm not an authoritarian communist myself, you should consider blah, 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 blah. Well, I view you as a pipeline to the far left. We've been integrating for 400 years. There's only one group of people stopping that, progressives, and it's conservatives. Okay. Bring in the anarchists to solve this. No, that's funny. French Toastman says, guess I'll piss off and die then. Well, I mean, you're French, so. Where do you put the populace in this? Populism isn't a political camp. Populism is a political tactic. There's institutionalism and populism. Institutionalism means you kind of use the institutions to get the power that you need and amass that power. Populism is you're just appealing to the masses. So yeah. Magnus says, I feel like fiscal conservatism can apply to literally every single person across the spectrum. I don't know if I would call it strictly right-wing. Yeah, you say that, but redistributive economics is very easy, fertile ground to fight over. All right, I'm going to respond to a couple more, and then truth be told, we're going to get into the research, because if I actually try to respond to chat the entire time, it's just going to be a chat response stream. So I can't do that. I love you guys, and I appreciate you being here, but I got to focus on it. Substance says, politics, it's not about peeling off MAGA voters, and it's about peeling off people in the center, right, and left. Yes, that's my project. Ithaca says, what it do? Found you from DGG. Love your stuff. You and Kyla mopped in that debate. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I'm going to have to ignore you guys, even though I love you. Just know that I parasocially love you. So I guess we're going to have to start it. Conservative liberalism says you can literally just overlay a horseshoe on the political quadrant map. Both MAGA and the far left progressives are up on the quadrant. Yeah. Yep. Magnus says, I got to go. Bye. All right. Well, I love you. All right. Just a couple more. KO Dave says, it's the green letter omega. It's the Greek letter omega. Yeah. True. I have eaten foliage, says Connor. You're not attaching partisanship into your map. Refuse to believe the geographical breakout is ideological differences to the extent we see. We just need to be viewed as not outgroup in places. Yeah, but to me, the far left is an outgroup. Socialism and communism are outgroups the way that I use them. LB is just going to say that socialism is when the government does stuff, but she's just trying to piss me off. I'm trying to think of what else. But anyways, the socialists and communists are outgroup. Some progressives are outgroup. MAGA is outgroup. And it's not because of like outcomes. It's because of tactics. They're fucking pieces of shit. Then some contrarians are outgroup because they're so stupid that whatever somebody says in power, they're just going to say the opposite of, because that's the way their brain works. All right. Anyways, if I keep reading, then we're never going to do anything else. So I'm going to have to ignore you a bit. My apologies. Mythos with the $10. Thank you. As a sock dem sock, thank you for always being willing to dig into the weeds and trying to specify the parts of conservatism you don't want lost in a way that meshes with liberalism. Thank you, Mythos. I appreciate that. Even if I've been chatting a little bit of shit about the far left, I appreciate you. I appreciate your donation. Okay. All right. Anyways, any thoughts on Creator President Sunday? I mean, he can be entertaining, but obviously he's an autistic cruise missile who screwed over quite a few people in the space. So, I'll talk to him. I don't care. But I think if we do talk, part of the conversation is going to be like, hey, didn't you kind of fuck over Aaron in order to get to Steven? So, all right, let's start with the content, I guess. All right. Sorry. I love you guys. I have to focus on the content. All right. So let's try to summarize it. Let's try to make it some content, I guess. So, hi guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican. And today is going to be a very interesting stream. I'm trying to figure out the information that I need in order to have a debate tonight with part of the Live and Learn crew, Pisco and Econo Boy. And the problem that we're tackling is, what does the future of democratic politics look like? And the reason why is because there's an argument for the fact that the far left is easier to court because they automatically vote Democrat anyways. And so the left wing shouldn't expend any energy criticizing the far left because they already vote Democrat, so they're easy to get into the camp. My argument is that the far left is saying crazy shit on the fucking internet. And while they might only be 5 to 10% of the electorate, they have a disproportionate power online and in culture. And so that disproportionate power pisses off and alienates moderates. So for every far leftist you don't punch, you lose 2 or 3 moderates. And so my argument is that left-wingers, especially a year and a half out from the midterms, need to start fighting now over the far left bullshit with the far left, so we can kind of screen out the psychos and incorporate the normies in order to actually have a solid electoral counterpunch to MAGA. All right. Now, I get that I have a vested interest as a center-right guy to achieve this mission because I want more center-right people, but just because I'm biased doesn't mean I'm incorrect. So, eDreamcast says, tradition can be okay, but as a gay man such as myself, I will always be found to imitate the heteronormative lifestyle and probably look ridiculous at that counterpoints politics. Well, just don't be a wildly promiscuous person doing gangbangs on hard drugs. Okay? If you want to go kiss a boy, go kiss a boy. I could give a fuck. God bless you. Just don't get fucking herpes and AIDS from banging 50 dudes in one night while high on methamphetamine. Okay? In that regard, I'm not being homophobic. I'm being anti-promiscuity, which also applies to heterosexuals. Fashion 40 for $10. Thank you, King. Can't wait for the blood sports, and sorry for taking up so much chat space. Never apologize. I appreciate you. All right, like the stream. Connor wants to kiss boys. Only some of them. Primarily Henry Cavill. I'll kiss Henry Cavill, but only Henry Cavill. John Kennedy says, the problem with the far left is the insidious nature of it. Yes, by them proclaiming Sorry. By them proclaiming to be the party of care and empathy that can be used to slide into the truly horrific stuff. Yes. Yes. Let a man have hobbies. If being gay is a sin, why did God make boys cute? Ithaca says, you're mod, right? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Anyways, stop it. You're distracting me by being funny and interesting. All right. So Pisco says, lol, adding me with this clip in response to a thought experiment I ran with Counter, which was essentially Trump or Hasan. Who do you pick who is a closer ally to the Dems? Not me who came up with this, but one of my co-hosts. And of course, predictably, some people pick Trump, Kirk, MAGA, revealing their unhinged derangement. All right, now we have to bring up the fucking pictures again. God damn it, Pisco. Sorry for getting angry. Okay, look at this map. What people are saying, or what I'm saying, is that let's say you're a center-right liberal. I know that Hutch doesn't consider himself that, but let's say that you're a center-right liberal, and let's say there's a Tim Pool contrarian, okay? I don't think that Tim Pool is actually MAGA to the point where he's like, I want to destroy the Constitution of the United States. I think he plays to MAGA in the dissident right, but I don't think he himself is philosophically that way. I think he's contrarian, where he says, in order to defend this, I'm going to yank the Overton window right by playing into these talking points so I can get power away from these people. If you look at the way that he articulates his arguments, that's 100% the way that he articulates his arguments. Okay? Now, can I get Tim Pool? Probably not. His career is too lucrative. But does Tim Pool appeal to contrarians and libertarians and neocons that I can get? Yes, absolutely. And then the argument about Charlie Kirk, too, is I think he's a fucking idiot. I think he sweeps for like Christian nationalism and all that bullshit. But I also think he's a fucking grifter. So I think that if this right wing is defeated, Charlie Kirk will successively be able to moderate back into more center politics. And so the argument is, if Charlie Kirk is here, if Tim Pool is here, and you're a center-right liberal, are those people proximately closer in politics because they don't want to destroy the Constitution of the United States versus Hasan, who is all the way up here on the Omega symbol, who wants to destroy the United States? And so Pisco said, well, Hasan obviously voted for Kamala, so he's clearly a part of my coalition. But what I'm saying is, these people might vote for Trump, but they philosophically don't want to destroy the country. And so if I'm here on the political spectrum, then they're closer to me than Hasan is, which is why I fucking hate Hasan and want him to be ejected from politics. So Pisco is acting like this is self-evident. It's not at all. It's not at all. And liberals in the center left should 100% feel comfortable that Pisco is saying, oh yeah, we can play footsie with this guy. That should actually freak you out a little bit. That's the crux of the argument. Just responding to a couple of chats because somebody did a super chat again. eDreamcast says, unfortunately, the Democrats will lean towards the far left depending on whether Mamdani and the Somali guy in Minnesota don't fuck up. Maybe, but that doesn't mean that you need to embrace Hasan or his ilk. Ensort says, I'm in Maryland now, going to get my AC fixed in Chicago sometime this week. Oh, Ensort, are you my homie? Are you my trucker homie? Good to see you. eDreamcast says, if the two fuckers do a good job, hope not, moderates will forever be ignored. Yeah, we'll fuck them, right? All right, anyways, back to it. That their main enemy is not Trump. It's not that their main... This is a straw man already here. That their main enemy is not Trump, it's Hasan Piker. I say some because even Destiny subreddit, the left community that most despises Hasan, shares that preference with me. Yeah. It's not that MAGA isn't the main enemy. It's that Hasan is also your enemy. So I feel like this is a straw man here. Are there stupid people saying it? Probably. But I think that's also a straw man for the vast majority of the conversation. So now if you express a preference for Hasan Piker over Donald Trump, you endorse Hasan or want to be friends with Hasan or want to build bridges with Hasan, absolute derangement, sorry to say. No, we feel like you're sweeping. That's what I feel like. Who would you rather have as a president of the United States? Hasan Piker versus Charlie Kirk? Sure. But this is also presuming that here's the other factor of it as well. And I think it's been articulated a few times, so I'm not saying anything new. This is presuming Hasan Piker's level of efficacy. Let's say that Hasan Piker started being as politically relevant as the far right in America. Let's say the dissident left was as powerful as the dissident right. Then at that point, I expect these votes to equalize or even shift to Charlie Kirk, obviously, because there's a filtering mechanism right here, which is the fact that Hasan's ilk are incredibly loud, but they're a small slice of the electorate. Hot Brilliant says Hasan is the correct answer. Hasan would be politically ineffective as most of what he would want to implement would be unpopular, even to most Democrats, because the majority of the U.S. isn't interested in socialism. Charlie Kirk is a smarter version of Trump. He would do everything Trump has done and more. He also clearly has a bias against black folks, which would put me in the crosshairs. Okay, but notice how the exact filter that I described before I clicked onto this Reddit link or whatever is the filter through which it's being analyzed. It's still okay for people who are of my perspective to say, yeah, but that's just because Hasan doesn't have power. This is another quote that I like from Steven. We need to skate to where the puck will be, not where the puck is. And so if you ignore the far left, you ignore them at your own peril because they will grow as a demographic part of the electorate. So the liberals need to come up with a game plan in order to shore up their power and build a coalition that is actually effective. And by the way, I don't know if all of you saw my conversation with Steven, but his whole economic prescription was telling people that the economy isn't that bad and shut the fuck up, which I do not think is a winning strategy. I don't think going to like a 7-Eleven employee making $10 an hour with no benefits, I don't think that telling him to shut the fuck up is going to be effective. All right, LB, that has nothing to do with what we're saying. John Kennedy says, hey, man, can you zoom in on your Twitter screen so people can read along with you? I mean, I clicked on it. eDreamcast says, tankies are to be toppled, but tell that to college kids. Well, right, I'm trying. Casey for $5 says, don't forget to moderate the two moderate Dems who won primaries in Virginia. New Jersey, NYC is a giga outlier. This is being overhyped. Yeah, absolutely. All right, scrolling. Another donation, Megastar, $5. Good morning, Connor. Good luck on your debate. Should it be pretty easy with your opposition lol? Okay, well, we'll see. All right. Pisco says, replies in this are super telling, and the hypothetical I think is helpful. Of course, some people are upset when lib and learn host left-wing populist types, not even Hasan. They see these types as worse than MAGA. I disagree. My enemy is MAGA and Trump, lol. Okay. All right, this is kind of the R-slurred far-left bullshit. Where's Steven's thing in here? Because didn't Steven jump into one of the threads? I feel like he jumped into one of the threads. He didn't do a direct reply. He replied to a reply. You son of a bitch. All right. Let's see. Pisco. Let's check his replies. I know that like analyzing Twitter is not always the most effective way to deal with this, but I do want to check. Am I in the reply section? Yeah. I do want to check him replying to this thread because I think there's a part where he jumps into the thread with Steven and they go back and forth. So I want to see their line of argumentation. Drew Pablo, I like just fine. Oh, he went with the quote tweet. That's why. All right. So this is Steven's response to it. Let's see what Hasan Piker has to say.
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party.
Okay, I'm not a part of the Democratic Party. I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party.
I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, but they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things that we care about.
Okay, so in reference to this drawing, Hasan Piker recognizes that the vast majority of the Democratic Party, because the majority of the Democratic Party is probably liberals with some progressives, he recognized that as a far leftist, he's not technically the same as these people. But what he's saying is these people are more politically relevant. Therefore, he's going to use them as a political cudgel with which to beat this side of politics, which is understandable from a tactical level. That's a tactical analysis, not a moral analysis. But what I would say Steven implies by this clip is that Pisco is being a useful fucking idiot for the far left. All right, so let's take a look at this thread. Hasan or Trump, who do you vote for if you had to pick? Let's read this. Trump at least has some vague notion of supporting America. It's true. He's a fascist, but he's a fascist who is interested in America. However misguided it is, if he destroys the country, it'll be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. This is all true so far. With Hasan, it would be by ideological design. He supports foreign terrorist orgs, despises the U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism to paint the U.S. adversaries in a better light, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States, and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps if they didn't agree with his political ideology. As an ML, he would support the creation of a single Vanguard party to violently enforce all of these challenges. True. This is just what we know of Hasan's views publicly. We also know that he stated on his own shows that he hides his true beliefs, so he funnels people further down the radicalization pipeline. We already survived 4 years of Trump. I'm not convinced we'd survive 4 years in a Hasan-style regime. And this verbiage is very important if you're not going to straw man the position. What he's saying, everybody can say, oh, well, Hasan's not going to be effective. He's not going to be effective. He's not going to be able to get all these people to go along with his crazy ideas, even if he was more politically relevant. What Steven is saying is that in order for Hasan to have any kind of power, in a hypothetical scenario, these people would already be with him, and they would have as much political power as MAGA. And so ideologically, this is where I got pissed at Pisco, because I articulated this 3 times. Electorally, everybody understands that electorally, Hasan Piker is not going to be able to seize power. And even if we were somehow to take Hasan Piker and teleport him into the office of the president of the United States, he wouldn't be able to get shit done because we have a relatively stable republic. We all get this. We all understand this. Okay? What we're saying is, if that Hasan Piker had the level of support that MAGA had, then he would do far fucking worse based off of his own stated ideology. Okay? Do we understand this, right? Matter of fact, I'm gonna take a note right now. And I'm gonna open this up. Pisco. Pisco and company are appealing to lack of Hasan effectiveness. Critics, of which I am one, are pointing out in this hypo, Hasan has the same power as MAGA, electoral relevance versus ideology. This is like the crux of the argument right here, is that basically the center lefties and the Pisco and Econo boys, who are not center lefties, I think they're pretty progressive, but they're saying like, oh, well, they're not electorally relevant, so who gives a shit? Whereas the center lefties are saying like, okay, but we don't want to go further down this path because fuck these people, because they're actually evil, and if they become politically relevant, they're going to butt fuck us. So you would vote for Trump over Hasan, correct? I would vote for the guy who supported January 6th versus the guy who supported October 7th. Yes. Again, within this hypothetical, we're presuming that that Hasan has the same level of electoral sway as MAGA. Okay, we have an honest disagreement then. I would vote for Hasan over Trump. I see Trump and MAGA as a greater enemy than Hasan Piker. Okay, again, this is ideology versus electoralism. That's because you don't think tankies are really that bad. Now, this is an ideological appeal. I hate tankies. I'm not socialist or communist like you're convinced your audience. I just think fascist Trump is my bigger enemy. I'm not that convinced Hasan could turn this country into a Marxist hellhole if he wanted. I think Trump and MAGA are doing more damage than he could, appealing to the electoral argument. You've morphed this into a fundamentally different type of question then, if you're simply asking who I would vote for if the election were tomorrow and the rest of the political system country would remain the exact same. Then I'd vote for Hasan because he's too stupid and his ideas are too radical to get anything done in this country. But that's like asking if I'd vote for Trump versus Hitler. I'd heavily consider voting for Hitler over Trump because despite how Trump is, but he bit a little bit too much of a bullet here, because I think what I would have said is I'd heavily consider voting for Hitler over Trump if Hitler was politically irrelevant, right? Because despite how bad Trump is, I think Hitler's name alone, and then he says politically irrelevant, right? Name alone would scare off the majority of the Republican Party from working with him, but that's kind of a meaningless statement and misses the central point of the question. Yes, this is ideology versus electoralism, 100%. Let me hit back so we don't miss it. I don't think I've morphed into anything. I'm saying gun to your head right now, Hasan or Trump, and I know you have morphed it. And I guess I'm not sure what your answer is when you support Trump in this context. I'm obviously taking for granted. This is where we could resolve this argument in 30 seconds. Okay? I'm going to do a new drawing. We're going to do a new drawing because fuck it. We all have autism, right? This is the autism stream. All right. So somebody was telling me to use the line tool. So we'll use the circle tool. And let's say that we have approximately the same thing. All right, Hasan. I don't know. Let's do this. Hasan. Then let's do another one. Text. Trump. Let's say current Trump is violating. So right now, I would say the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. He's doing alligator Alcatraz. Alligator Alcatraz. Fucking over Ukraine. Fucking up economy. Killing people through incompetence. $14 million people through incompetence. This is Trump right now. Okay? What we're saying, or what I'm saying, is that if Hasan had similar power, let's say that far lefty bullshit was relevant and he was able to slam through an agenda, he would create capitalism becomes a thought crime. Re-education camps. Civilian slaughter is acceptable. What else would he do? Simps for not only simps for allies with anti-imperialists like Russia, China, Iran, etc. Collapses, because we're talking about America, the rest of the free world. So clearly, in my opinion, if Hasan had as much power as Trump, this is fucking worse, right? Thought crimes, re-education camps, the state police, the Orwellian police bullshit, the allying with anti-imperialists like China, probably Taiwan falls, probably Europe becomes the bastion of human liberty, and eventually they fall because they're fucking filled with communists and jihadists as well. So what Destiny and I are saying is that if Hasan and Trump have the same level of political relevance and power, Hasan is clearly fucking worse, right? Clearly fucking worse. Whereas if electorally, he only represents 5 to 10% of the population. But that doesn't mean that you embolden that 5 to 10%. This is obvious, right? This is clear to everybody. Everybody understands this. Good. I'm happy that my chat is filled with fucking brilliant people. All right. We have a little bit more people in chat than normal. I would say I'm normally around 100. So I just want to shout out and parasocially welcome everybody aboard. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a good time. We're live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Valor Media Network. That's where we're live the rest of the week. So if you haven't done so already, type in Valor, VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling. Type that into your search bar, search it, subscribe to it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Super chats, memberships, engage in chat. Watch the VODs. Love the VODs. Enjoy the VODs. All right. Then let's see real quick. Don't worry. I'll take a break in a minute in order to fight chat. Okay. I'm going to let you guys fight each other, and then I'll engage with you in a minute. So I don't think I've morphed anything. I'm saying gun to your head right now, Trump or Hasan, and I guess I'm not sure your answer is, or if you'd support Trump in this context. I'm obviously talking more for granted the political system of the USA, the current system. I also think Hasan is more aligned with you and the Dems than fucking Trump. He's not. He's not. If I bring up this, weirdly enough, Trump has failed to abolish the republic, and he's probably not going to destroy the republic by the time he leaves office, right? So we're dealing with the real Trump over the hypothetical Hasan, which I know is not exactly parody, Parity. But the truth is that Hasan would do worse if he was in power. I'm obviously taking for granted the political system of the U.S. I also think Hasan is more aligned with you than Dems. That's wrong. Basically, I think the answer is overdetermined when we're talking about Trump. Support for or vote for, you keep changing the question. There are tons of implications in each of these terms. I wouldn't vote for Hasan because I know he has zero chance of winning. But again, that kind of misses the point of the question. Exactly. We're talking about the ideology, not the electoralism. In what world is Hasan more aligned with me than Trump? True. Hasan is fundamentally anti-capitalist. He's anti-liberal. He's anti-USA. He's anti-intervention in probably all scenarios. He thinks the U.S. is probably one of the most evil countries on the planet. He's pro-mono-party through violent enforcement. Yes. Then let me make sure that I'm still following the thread. Okay, for crystal clarity, vote for in an outcome-determinative fashion, i.e., who are you actually picking in your perfect world? Who is winning? That is what the question is trying to suss out. RE political alignment can answer that, but getting ready for a debate. You seem to have missed the last half of my tweet. Smiley face. Okay. So I'm going to call that the end of the thread, but I still feel like the crux of the issue is right here. You guys are appealing to Hasan's lack of effectiveness when what we're saying is ideologically Hasan is more fucking evil than Trump. Now, you could say it's close, because Trump in his heart of hearts probably is a fascist. He's just too stupid to understand what fascism is. But the whole point of this is that we're in the liberal logic, we are presuming that Hasan has recruited a substantive amount of the American population that now currently supports his ideology. And he's able to do as much as Trump is. Okay. All right. So that's the thread. We're going to check out some of this content in a minute. I think realistically, to warm up, the Hakam and Yugo Panik describe. No, we don't need that. We need this, we need this, and we need this. So we need to confirm that Hasan's as big of a piece of shit as I think he is. All right, so let's take a little bit of a breather. I'm sorry if I missed your chats, but I've read all my super chats. If you have a question or a concern or an argument, then post it now, because I'm not going to scroll back and check out your previous @counterpoint statements, because I need to keep the content flowing, and it's hard to do when we have so many people. Hedonic says, it's my birthday, so I'll probably miss the debate tonight, but I will certainly watch the VOD and like the stream. Whoop, whoop. I have to sing happy birthday. We've done it for 2 other people so far. I'm going to do it for him. And I like to think that I don't have like a good voice, but I have a better voice than most. Okay. So Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, hedonic treadmill. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Clip it, ship it, save it forever. Starhawk says absolutely incorrect. Hasan is literally a Marxist-Leninist. He's an authoritarian socialist. I agree. Britzel says so. I'd argue Hasan once in power views would change like AOC's once they start to realize how impractical the ideas are versus Trump, who does whatever the fuck to help himself. Okay, you're still appealing to political inefficacy. LB says, don't you want to invade other countries to make some weirdo monoculture state? Isn't that fascism? Nope, it's militant liberalism. It's neoconservatism. eDreamcast says, what the U.S. needs to do is counter espionage leftist spaces. We all know they would potentially be elated to host Iranian sleeper cells. Well, yeah, but let's not get too crazy. Gen X says, lol, if you don't follow the hypothetical and use reality to judge the situation, then sure, we could choose Hasan. Exactly. They're ignoring, they're basically saying like, well, yeah, but Hasan's politically irrelevant. Well, yeah, but Hasan's politically irrelevant. Well, yeah, but Hasan's politically irrelevant. It's like, no shit. We're saying that we don't want to make it worse. Yeah. West Coast Girl is saying they're pretty much the same. Sure, but you should acknowledge how fucking bad that is. Starhawk says, Connor, your audience is R-slurred. Hasan's ideology is absolutely more dangerous than Trump. Hasan would literally celebrate the annihilation of the country. Yeah, exactly. eDreamcast says, take your time, Connor, on reading. We love you. When is your birthday? It's in November. I won't tell you the exact date, but it's in November. Rob says, Connor, you are also appealing to Trump's ineffectiveness. Consider that he could do unrestricted by our laws, and I don't think the difference is so big. Sure. Okay. So, but all right. I think that you're right. You're correct, and I need to shore up this argument. Let's add this as an asterisk as well. Let's put a Pisco and Company are appealing to a lack of Hasan effectiveness in current political conditions. Criticize and pointing out in this hypo Hasan has the same power of MAGA. A counterpoint from Rob, R-A-W-B, is that Hasan would have the same limits. I think Hasan would be as damaging as MAGA if he had same guardrails. Maybe worse. Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with saying that Hasan and I think a sub point of that point is Hasan is effectively commie MAGA. I'm good with that. I think that's okay. I think that's like a decent line of argumentation. If I see something else that adds to it, I will. Fabian Badia says he hates tankies, but hosts a happy fun time show with one. Right. Peter Mars says, how come people don't bring up Hasan's background more? The guy's involved with all kinds of crazy money and political stuff. His family has mad connections and nobody questions it. No conspiracies. Well, I mean, I do. His dad's a fucking Turkish billionaire, right? Ithaca says, chances Hasan voted Trump for the grip. No, he voted for Jill Stein, 100%. Like his whole thing where he's like, I'm not going to tell you who I voted for, but I did vote. He voted for Jill Stein. Sacred Snow says, reposting 1 out of 3. Little late, but I hate how Pisco framed the Connor Pisco convo. I can't tell if he's doing it on purpose, and if so, for what reason, or if he's a debate brainlet. He's a debate brainlet, bro. Fashion 40 says, your voice is cool. Thank you. Death Lily for $5. Thank you. Are you worried about KF Spicy Chat J-Stock being behind Pisco? No, not at all. That's related to Destiny sex drama. That's going to be resolved one way or the other. What's going to be their challenge is when the sex drama is resolved one way or the other, when the court case is done, they're going to have to find new content to hate Steven on. Sacred Snow says, shifting the goalpost from who's worse, Tally or Hasan, to Kirk versus Hasan, then framing it as Trump versus Hasan. True. Pisco, goal shift of Tally versus Hasan. You are right. That was a part of our conversation. November 34th. Yes. Trump instead of just painting out how bad cozying up to Hasan would be. True. Yeah. Gen X says, this is the crux of the argument. Trump is 99% illiberal and Hasan is 100% illiberal. So even though it's only 1%, Trump is better. Yeah, I agree. But that's where if they say, oh, well, Trump's so illiberal that he might as well be a fascist, then I would say, yeah. But then that means that electing Hasan, you're electing a tanky. So it's actually just the argument. This is the truth of the argument. The truth of the argument is Stalin or Hitler. That's the argument. And then they're saying, oh, well, like Stalin's politically irrelevant. Don't worry about Stalin. And it's like, okay, but if Stalin got in power, he would be as bad as Hitler. Will I be streaming it? I'll probably be streaming it, truth be told. West Coast says, I do acknowledge how bad this is. Communism, socialism is a horse show in practice. I'm super against the far left. Okay, cool. All right, we'll do just a couple more. Yeah, he voted for Jill Stein, like 100%. Like I would bet, I don't even have that much money, and I would bet like $500 that Hasan voted for Jill Stein. Hasan says he voted for Kamala. Yeah. But I saw a clip like day after the election where they said, yeah, I voted, but I'm not going to tell you who for. That means he voted for Jill Stein. Gen X says, more right-wing than Destiny is the issue. That would only happen if he was saying stuff that appealed to them. True. The Weird World of Guy says, how is anti-imperialist related to Russia and China? It's a very R-slurred, tanky perspective that because they fight the current hegemon, which is America, they're anti-imperialist. It's very stupid. Don't ask me to steel man it because it's actually a very dumb argument. I can find the clip, but he said it was Kamala. Also, you know I don't fuck with that dude. For sure. AF Racing says calling it now. Hasan SA accusations in the next 1 to 2 years. I don't think so. I think women throw themselves at Hasan. I don't think that. I don't think he rapes. I don't think Hasan rapes. Mega Zero says he said it in the debate with Ethan Klein when Ethan pressed him on it. So it was after that clip. He could be lying. Yeah, sure. But like that's where for me, if he's getting pressed by a liberal on who he voted for, and he's still trying to appeal to the clouded up liberals audience, then he's gonna say Kamala, obviously, right? So anyways, so this is a 1 minute 25-second clip. We're gonna move into the next segment. So sorry if I ignore you guys again, but again, it's hard to keep up with a chat of 200. So I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the content. Come back tomorrow. Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Parasocially love you. Let's go.
Probably my favorite YouTube channel. What are your thoughts on Second Thought, good or bad? Probably my favorite YouTube channel. Of like, I mean, I've been there for Second Thought from the jump. I've been a fucking ride or die Second Thought fan. I think he does an incredible job of I mean, I gotta go on the Deprogram podcast. You know what? I'm gonna fucking DM them and I'm gonna set it up right now. Okay. I know. For so long, everyone's been saying, when are you gonna go on the Deprogram podcast? I know. Honestly, he's good, but his transition to face cam kind of threw me off. Wait, why? I mean, I think it makes it easier, I think, to do comment. It's probably better to do commentary with a face. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. The only thing is that, like, of course he has the bisexual lighting. Like, of course. It's like BreadTube, don't have bisexual lighting challenge, impossible difficulty. Get JT on Finesse when you're on. Okay, see, that's ruthless, bro. Why are you fucking bullying a man for making the dumb decision of like showing his face on the internet? Immediately you're like, oh, get him on Finesse Like it's stop. Even if you're
okay, so the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because I'm pretty sure Second Thought has already justified just killing Israeli civilian settlers. Now, I understand there's like a militarist argument that the settlers they're not, excuse me, they're not really civilians in the innocent sense where you have like a border set up, they're established. You don't violate those borders, so you're crossing the borders, and then you're, killing the civilians. That's like the moral difference. He's saying that the civilian settlers are knowingly encroaching on your territory, making them a wing of the militarist colonial campaign. Therefore, considering that they effectively, like, the settlers are imposing their will on the people they're colonizing. Therefore, they're not worthy of moral consideration. But you have to understand that this, like, 10,000 IQ analysis of the difference between a settler civilian and a non-settler civilian, effectively you're justifying shooting kids in the fucking face, right? That's what you're doing. You're like, hey, there's like a Jewish baby right in front of you and he moved next door. Morally, you can shoot him in the fucking face, right? Like that's what Second Thought said. And that's what the fucking, we're going to check out this clip. Now, it's from Tim Pool, so we'll take the commentary with a grain of salt, but we're going to look at the original. We're going to take a look at the original clip, right? All right. Let's take a look. And by the way, Timcast Media presents a Lauren Southern film Infringe Gun Rights in America. I did that. I was a part of that. All right, come on, let's go.
Leftovers podcast, Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein. This is a Twitter account. It's just at Dan. I don't know who runs the account. It seems, anonymous, but I'm going to play this clip for you guys.
Dan can't stream.
Guys.
Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from these settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. This dude.
Okay, and let's also be very precise with our language, real quick. Okay, so I don't think anybody, except for Israelis, obviously, have a problem with the fact that the Palestinians are going to conduct kinetic operations against Israel. Okay, nobody gives a fuck about the fact that the Palestinians are going to view it as this is their territory. They're losing their territory. They're allowed to take back their territory violently. Okay. But the thing is, within the Western framework for war, if you go into an armed conflict and you're carrying a gun, you're allowed to be shot. All right. Because you're going into the conflict and you know that you're in conflict. Right. So if you're a Hezbollah or Hamas militant and you're running into an Israeli settlement in order to try to take out IDF soldiers and you see a family, you have two options. You can gun them down and murder them like they did on October 7, 2023, or you can detain them and pass them on to another infantry element so that you can seize the territory and then pass the civilians back to Israeli forces once possible. Okay? Those are the two options, right? Detain them, put them in zip ties, and then fucking don't murder them, and then pass them back to the other side once you've seized your territory. Those are the two options. So what we saw on October 7th, 2023, is that Hamas went into that exact scenario and then just shot the women, kids, and unarmed men ruthlessly. And then some of them, they decapitated their corpses. And then a healthy chunk of them, they sprayed gasoline on their genitals and set their corpses on fire. And then allegedly, they raped a healthy chunk of the women. Okay? That's barbaric fucking evil shit. And nobody should be justifying it, right?
Dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we established that. No, hold on. Now
Can we just...
There are baby settlers as well. Okay. I think we're doing a healthy chunk of inference here. I don't feel like he's explicitly said shoot them in the fucking face. Let's see the reaction and see if they give us any more of a clip.
I'll play that one more time for you.
Occupation in the West
You know
Bank.
what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable.
Yeah. He says, Hasan says, Palestinians have a right to violently seize back the land that was taken by settlers.
Okay. Do you disagree with that, Tim?
Then Ethan Klein says, yes, if it was settlers, but this guy's saying babies, and Hasan goes, but some of the babies are settlers. Basically saying there is justification for the killing of babies. Like this is Hasan Piker is pure audience capture. This is what he represents. He says whatever is going to get favor among the people who are chatting.
Okay, I don't need the commentary because I can do my own commentary. Lauren Chen, money embezzler. This is so funny looking back at this now. I've sat in this chair. Lauren Chen, we are butt buddies in the fact that we have sat in the same chair. So Lauren Chen right here, probably, this was posted 1 year ago. So this would have been like before the Tenet media revelations. Right now, Lauren Chen is funneling like a few hundred thousand. She took $800,000 and she is funneling the cash to Tim to the tune of a few $100,000 a month to do his show. Now, Tim's saying like, I didn't fucking know, you know, a friend offered me a business opportunity. I thought it was a billionaire who wanted to support alt media. So I just, you know, took the money and did my thing, which by the way, if any billionaires want to offer me $800,000 or a few $100,000 a month in order to continue to do my show, I will be perfectly receptive to that. And I promise not to Wikipedia you too hard. But that looks like the entirety of the clip. That's actually not that bad of a clip. I could steel man Hasan for that and say like, oh, he didn't explicitly endorse shooting babies in the face. But I do think it's implied. Baby shooting is implied what he said, but I would just do a follow-up question, right? And the follow-up question would be, okay, well, if there's baby settlers and you're allowed to take back their property, let's say Hamas or Hezbollah is operating in these territories, should it be, you know, should the way they operate be that they just shoot people in the fucking face when they take back these territories? And then what's funny is now he's going to sit down with some fucking tankies. Hakeem would say, yeah, fuck yeah, shoot those people in the face. Second thought would probably say, well, legalistically, they deserve it. And so what? We got Marks, we got Donkey Kong. I don't know who this is. We got a couple of dogs sleeping. We got cameras. We got alcohol. We got an AK-47. We got a pistol. I don't know any of the other revolutionary symbols on this picture, but this is basically a bunch of fucking tankies hanging out having a podcast. So I actually do want to check out the chapters. I don't want to talk about Dua Lipa. I don't want to talk about Albania. Serbia might be funny. Most replayed. Happy birthday, Hasan. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Turkish accent. Nobody gives a fuck about that. The American Dream. Radicalization versus class analysis. Social Democrats. Most replayed. Marxism. So I'm going to watch the early segment for Serbian and most replayed, and then we'll literally skip half of it to the part where I think he goes mask off. Check it in with chat, though, because I love you. Sir Harmony says, if sex tourist Hamas Diddy Piker goes to Gaza, the baby settlers will finally stop the lunacy. Yeah, sure. K says they lost the war. Yeah, sure. But can they refight the war? And the answer is obviously yes. They just might lose again. DJ says, be careful of Pisco and Econo Boy's defense of, I'm not familiar with Hasan's content. Make them defend wanting a coalition with this. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're not familiar, you should make yourself familiar. Right? And then let's just do what's like Hasan's like greatest hits, right? America deserved 9/11. Hezbollah has the best flag. Timothy Chalamet interview. I do not accept any of the fucking counter arguments in reference to Timothy Chalamet where they're like, he's not even a Houthi. Okay, you mean his last name isn't Houthi, but he supports the Houthi regime. He propagandizes them. He hangs out with hostages. He posts like videos and footage and songs about how he's ready to die in jihadist conflict. He talks about how he's a soldier. You know, he posts pictures of him impaling Zionists with spikes up their fucking ass. Like, dude, Timothy Chalamet is a pro-Houthi is a pro Houthi propagandist. So don't fucking hit me with that Tim Houthi Chalamet is not a Houthi bullshit. It's fucking left wing cope. I will not be accepting it. Frogan 9/11 cake. I know that's like guilt by association, but I don't give a fuck because that is so crazy that Frogan was going to make a 9/11 cake. What was the other thing? Sweeping for Nasrallah. What's some of his other eye hole fucking Dan Crenshaw? I'm trying to think of what else, but that's I think those are some of the biggest hits. If somebody else has biggest hits, then we're gonna do it. And then basically hit me in chat right now, just because I'm gonna respond to some chats, and then we'll get back into the content. Anyone with 2 brain cells can see Dim Fool as a sim for Russia. Sure. What's a butt buddy? It's 2 people who have sat in the same chair. Now, realistically, it's a gay couple, but I'm being gross for comedic effect. West Coast Girl says, demanding firsthand testimony of raped women. Oh, yeah, the rape apologia. That was fun. I love the rape apologia. 10-7 rape apologia. That was one of my favorites. I'll put Frogan 9/11 cake at the bottom because let's be true. He doesn't have to like totally, but I think that he would be like, it's just a joke, bro. It was just like my 9/11 joke. It was just like my 9/11 joke. Rape apologia for 10-7. Yep, 100%. Yeah, that was some fucked up shit. Could you imagine if like the American military was accused of fucking a series of rapes, and then you're like, you know what? The geopolitical reality is such that I don't even care about the rapes. The rapes don't change anything at all. True Zealot says, let the streets run red with capitalist blood. Yeah, I'll put that in there. For me, that's like, you know, back in the day in Minecraft. But that's a classic, obviously. Oh, the re-education camps, right? It was so funny. Last night I was watching Queeman, as I do. I love to hate watch Queeman. Not because like I hate him on an individual basis, but because we actually do disagree. So like watching him shit talk other creators can be entertaining, but I think he takes it too far sometimes, and that can be a little uncomfortable. But then also he's been like sweeping for Hasan. So we watch the re-education stuff. And so what is it? Ethan Klein is like, okay, well, if you achieve the perfect communist society, what would you do with the capitalist people? And then Hasan would be like, well, first off, the thing that we would always do is like education. And then Ethan Klein is like, re-education? And Hasan's like, yeah, you know, certainly re-education. And then, you know, and then he's like, I lean into the memes, but, you know, realistically, you know, we might have to educate people, but it'd be like an involuntary thing where you go to like a night class. So he wants night classes to be imposed by courts to force people who think that capitalism is good to learn that capitalism is bad, actually. It's like, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I wonder how that becomes authoritarian and dystopian. I wonder how that goes off the rails when you want to compel my parents to go to fucking night classes to learn that capitalism is bad. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. Lethal Lance says it's not just that one clip. It's settlers equals valid military targets. Yeah. I think we get the vibe. I think we get the vibe. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When waspy types, the rich kids raping each other, at least the rich kids, at least the rich kids aren't raping working class people. Yeah, that was a classic. At least the rich kids aren't raping working class people. And you're telling me that this guy if we put him in charge of society, or people like him in charge of society, that we're not going to have like fucking Xinjiang style fucking concentration camps. Get the fuck out of here. Josh Miller says they'll retreat to. I don't know. Yeah. I don't care though. I'll make them know. I will tell them you cannot be ignorant. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put this after this thing. You cannot be ignorant after this conversation. Imagine if on the right wing, I was like, well, you know, Nick Fuentes and I, we both like Ron DeSantis. And Nick Fuentes said that he voted for Ron DeSantis. So realistically, as a matter of fact, I need to write that down. Nick Fuentes and I voted for Ron DeSantis. So aren't I and him more ideologically aligned than me and Hutch? And the answer is obviously no, you fucking idiot. Like, dude, this blows the entire line of argumentation out the fucking water. Just because I'm center right and I like Republican talking points, there might be like a genuine Republican. It used to be Marco Rubio until he sold his fucking soul. Fucking vampire. But until Marco Rubio sold his... Oh, you know who it is? It's Chris Christie. I actually like Chris Christie. I think there's a human being under there. So... Nick Fuentes and I both voted for Chris Christie in the New Jersey gubernatorial race. So as a result, aren't Nick Fuentes and I more ideologically aligned than me and Hutch? And the answer is obviously not. Nick Fuentes is a fucking Christian nationalist fucking freak. So no. God damn, this argument is stupid as fuck. And then I did add that at the end. So Econo Boy and Pisco, they can fall back repeatedly throughout the conversation. And I saw them do that. I saw Pisco do that with Collins, where he's like, oh, well, I haven't really researched this, and I haven't really seen Hasan say this, and I haven't really seen that or that. I'd have to research this. I'm going to tell them that Hasan Piker said America deserved 9/11. And when he was confronted about it, he made geopolitical justifications for why 9/11 was the natural outcome of American foreign policy. But the obvious thing about that is he's like, oh, yeah, civilians dying is bad, but also America deserved 9/11. So he doubled down on it. He walked it back in the sense that he was slightly less callous about civilian death, but he still believes it. Hezbollah has the best flag. He was obviously sweeping for Hezbollah. He did the Timothy Chalamet interview where he invited the guy who did the Red Sea blockade. He's 10 toes down supported the Red Sea blockade. Let's go ahead and do that. 10 toes down supports the Red Sea blockade, which attacks random commercial vessels. It has killed people and caused ecological disasters. So if they're like, oh, well, you know, like, I don't really know the details of that. Well, I'm going to tell them what the details are. He swept for Nasrallah, who I don't know, but I'm assuming he's some fucking Hamas dickhead. He talked about the brave Mujahideen, fucking Dan Crenshaw. He did rape apologia on October 7th. He talked about how rich kids are raping each other, which is better than them raping working class people. Probably a decade ago now, he said that he wants like landlords and rich people to fucking die and let the streets run red with the capitalist blood in Minecraft. He does support re-education camps. He just has like a soft way of doing it. He did the Froga 9/11 cake. Oh, and by the way, this is all off the top of the dome, man. This is all off the top of my head. He also swept for Xinjiang. Swept for Xinjiang. Swept for the closing of Xinjiang concentration camps. You know what's so funny here? You know what's so funny? I have to go full screen for this. If I lose a few people, I don't even give a fuck. This is so pertinent to the conversation. It's fucking crazy. Hasan Piker was criticizing Ethan Klein's content nuke by saying that Ethan Klein didn't even research the Xinjiang thing, because here's this Associated Press article that says that the concentration camps in Xinjiang have been closed. We actually read the article. Do you know what the article actually says? It says that in Xinjiang, the concentration camps are closed, presumably because everybody has been re-educated already. But if you walk into Xinjiang right now, there are Han Chinese and Uyghur Chinese re-educated fucking snitches. And if you try to inquire about what happened with the concentration camps, if you try to inquire about what's going on with Han Chinese settlement, if you try to inquire about what's going on with police oppression, then effectively there's 7 random Chinese dudes glaring at whoever you're talking to. And so you can't even research the human rights abuses in Xinjiang because the government has imposed a snitching system where if anybody fucking talks about the concentration camps or the cultural genocide or the police oppression or anything like that, they get fucking disappeared. And then that's what Hasan was sweeping for. And because he read the title, he was like, oh, it's all solved now. It's all done now. They're not even doing the concentration camps anymore. That's the kind of retarded fucking evil bullshit that will give me a stroke if I think about it for more than 3 seconds. But that's why you shouldn't be sweeping for fucking Hasan at all. This is how much sweeping you should be doing for Hasan Piker. 0. Goose egg. You can go onto his platform the same way that you go onto fucking Fox News. That's the way. If you're expecting a contentious argument with Fox News, you should expect a contentious argument and be ready to push back against Hasan Piker's bullshit. So fuck that is what I have to say. Oh yeah. All right. Anyways, we'll start engaging with the content momentarily. I'm going to engage with chat a little bit more. eDreamcast says, it's like saying Douglas Murray and Richard Spencer are the same thing. Yeah, exactly. What time is the panel? 6 p.m. EST. Hasan Nasrallah being based, if I recall. Yeah, it's kind of like a silly comment where somebody in chat, like Nasrallah said one base thing, and then his chatter said, like, Nasrallah being based, I didn't expect that. And then Hasan is like, actually. Now, is that bad of a clip? Not really. But is he sweeping for Nasrallah? Absolutely. Connor, do you care about climate change or is it a hoax? LB, don't ask me questions unrelated to the content. When I have fucking 200 people, I can't go on random tangents. Yeah, the tourism hour. That's what it was. The tourism hour. God, if I could beat this guy with a fucking lead pipe in Minecraft, I would. The tourism hour. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Oh, lied about Jews fleeing Iraq. Yep, classic. Lied about Jews fleeing Iraq, being able to return, and the bombings that caused them to flee. I remember that one. That's a classic. What happened in Xinjiang? Is it about the Uyghurs? Yeah, the Uyghurs. Yeah. Keep in mind the rhetoric beliefs, Mythos says, keep in mind the rhetoric beliefs of Hasan was not enough to justify even a targeted revolution of global entry, reevaluation of global entry. Right. None of this sweeping for America's enemies or supporting terrorist organizations deserves detention and interviewing when re-entering the United States. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Tatoronta says, this panel is going to be goated. Can't wait. Yeah. All right. Laundry says, it's absolutely bizarre how much they bend over backwards to try and make the whole appeal to far leftists work instead of trying to build bridges with people like you. So weird to die on these hills. They don't have to build bridges with me. I want them to because I want a center-left, center-right coalition to fight against the far left and the far right. That's what I want. They don't have to do it. But even Destiny isn't receptive to that. Now, I think the reason why Destiny isn't receptive to that is because he views the ideological tribalism as I will try to force him to view the world from my perspective. And truth be told, I will. But I'm just going to do that through conversation. I'm just going to say, hey, isn't this center-right idea correct? Isn't this center-right idea correct? Isn't this center-right idea correct? I don't expect them to like vote for fucking Ron DeSantis or vote for Marco Rubio if Marco Rubio still had a soul. At this point, Republicans have proven to me that they don't have a soul, right? But I'm talking about the ideology. Oh, yeah. He was saying that the Tibetans basically deserve their cultural genocide. Yeah, that was based. Counterpoints politics. How would you stop him? Talking about Hasan with a lead pipe. Or I would load him up into a trebuchet and I would shoot him at, like, this is actually how I would do it, okay? So, Twitch, TOS, I have no capacity to actually do this. I have no capacity to inflict violence. I'm a family man. I have no desire to go to jail or prison. But if I could do whatever I wanted to Hasan Piker, I would denaturalize him as a citizen. I would load him into a trebuchet off of the coast of Key West, Florida. I would fire him into the ocean, and I would try to make the trebuchet powerful enough that we get some good yardage, like try to make it like 100 yards, 200 yards out into the ocean. Then I would have a Coast Guard ship escort him out into the open ocean. And then it's 90 miles to Cuba. People have swimmed. They did something. They've gotten a raft to Cuba. So I'll give Hasan Piker a boogie board. He can have a boogie board, and he can swim to Cuba. And if he swims to Cuba, he makes it. He can go be a communist propagandist out of Cuba, and, you know, God bless him, have fun. If, however, he tries to swim back to United States shores, you know how it's like a Cuban wet foot, dry foot policy? We would have that. But if he comes onto American soil again, he gets shot. Okay. I have no capacity to enforce this. This is rawly a hypothetical. I'm talking about an ideological enemy of the United States. So if Twitch takes that as a terms of service violation, they can blow it out their fucking ass. How about that? Black Rainbow says, I'm a truck driver from Colorado and I listen to your VODs while I'm hammered down on the road. That's a funny sentence. I made a Google list of questions, criticisms. Is there any way I can at least email them? Yes. Counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. COUNTERPOINTSCONOR@gmail.com. Alternatively, you can DM me on Twitter, CounterConnor, COUNTERCONOR. Oh yeah. The annexation of Crimea River. That's another classic. Annexation of Crimea River. We're actually just getting, which was funny, by the way. Crimea River, I laughed at it. I thought it was evil. It was funny. So we'll get into the content momentarily, I promise. Fashion 40 says, to be honest, there's no way you can be a content creator on the left and not know the bullshit Hasan does. Pisco is purposely being obtuse if that's the case. Sure. Who will be the first to drop a tactical N-word tonight? Me. I'm just kidding. I won't, because I need a job. All right. I'm going to go ahead and chill, and then we're going to move into the next segment. Thank you, Mark Grukel. Thank you, Jonas Skoglund. Thank you, Mythos. Thank you, Fashion 40. Thank you, Ensort. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Megastar. Thank you, Death Lily, for your donations. And then what I was going to say is like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Share it with your friends. We obviously want more people to become a part of the center-left, center-right coalition that we're trying to build over here. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Let's go ahead and move to let's move to the Serbian clip, because I want to know what they think about Serbia. And then I want to go to most replayed. And then I want to go to the middle. So let's go.
So part Serbian.
Well, can you explain that? Actually, Hasan, since we actually have you on the podcast, could you explain you having a small head meme? I don't get it. You have a regular sized head. Is there something I'm missing?
Thank you for saying that. I have PayPal'd you. Oh wait, PayPal doesn't work
Thank you for the 5 memberships, Vlad. Much appreciated.
in Iraq, I think. So I will be using what the fuck could you use as a payment processor?
International Wire, and then afterwards basically be harassed at
Or
the bank.
G-Bucks, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's awesome.
Right.
No, yeah, I work with one of my editors. Like I work with mostly my fans, right? That are.
Sorry, this is important. Larry Hutchinson says, you're growing a coalition of truckers, lol. We keep the country moving with us a part of the grill hottest. We can take back America. True. Actually, I hung out with a gentleman named Nick, believe it or not. I'm not trying to dox him or anything, but he was down in Orlando on a truck run, and so we just went and got some Mexican. It was fucking amazing. So I hope he enjoyed the Mexican because it was legitimate, like Mexican.
That become editors, and one of them's in Pakistan, and it is such a bitch to pay him. Like it is so, and like that's a CIA client state. Like what the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? At least let him have PayPal. You know, but it's so frustrating. Anyway, that was random.
No, it's proper because JT, for example, has me and Hakeem by the balls. Actually, this is a new podcast, Lord, and maybe all the listeners don't know, because it was extremely difficult to like organize a legal entity in which we're like all members of. So basically, we're registered in front of the state and in front of the world. Are we?
Okay, I'm skipping 5 minutes ahead because I thought we were talking about Serbia, and they're talking about paying editors in Pakistan.
Even talking to Hasan right now, or is it just fucking Austin?
The guy who's typing very quickly.
Yeah, you can never know. I mean, I think like that technology is not as terrifying. It's at its infancy, so it's pretty obvious when you're talking to a chatbot. Like I try to get it to do some shit every now and then for content, and it's like so fucking boring. And it's never interesting, unique, clever, and it's overall very liberal.
Is it though?
Yeah, straight lib answer.
Is it? Because like when I ask it anything.
Larry Hutchinson says, Connor, I was on your side, but as to Texas and getting Mexican food in Florida should be illegal. I agree with you that in general, Mexican food in Florida is nowhere near as good as Mexican food in California and Texas. However, what I will say is that there's one place, I'm going to go ahead and dox it. Tacos del Rancho off of the street of Conway. Okay. Tacos del Rancho, half the staff don't speak a fucking word of English, and they make authentic California, Texas style Mexican food. Tastes like they killed the chickens in the back fucking room. It's so fresh. It's so good. The sauce is amazing. The cheese is amazing. The vegetables are amazing. They just fucking kill it. And I say that as a somebody who has had Californian and Texan Mexican food. I'm saying this is like close. I would say this is like 80 to 90% as good as Californian Mexican food. I had the best Mexican food in California. All right, so I'm gonna fast forward because they're being boring as fuck. How about that?
Classical story. I had a similar one, just a bit more sped up. I did one of those work and travel programs, etc., and just for 4 months of experiencing the American dream that I believed was completely achievable in every single corner of the world. Just because, as we previously talked, over here where I'm at, we still have the socialist brain because of the commies that came before, or we're like just culturally inferior. We need to become more like the Yanks and so on and so on. But then I went and actually saw it, and boom shakalaka. And with Hakeem, he didn't have to go anywhere. The Yanks came to him.
It came to me.
Yeah, it came to him. American dream came to his doorstep.
Exactly right.
And then it made a lot of people dream, but forever, if you know what the fucking I mean.
All right, I'm gonna do this because I have the opportunity to, and we have a bunch of new viewers. There's something called the Iraqi Body Count Project. It is something that was actually started in the thousands as a criticism of American foreign policy. And if you go into the database, you can actually, there's 211,000 confirmed dead. They have the corpses. So, you could have 500,000, million, pick whatever number makes you comfortable, right? I don't give a shit. But the whole point is that you can pick U.S.-led coalition forces, no Iraqi state forces, and you can actually segment out the database. And if you look at this, there's a lot of deaths started by the American invasion. Then it drops down during the beginning elements of the insurgency. You have some spikes during high-level American operations. Then you have these peak moments in insurgency. This is probably the 06, 07 spike in violence before the surge. Then we have the drop in violence after the surge. Then we have the rise of ISIS 11 through 14. Then it drops down again. But if you look at this, easily 80 to 90% of the fucking deaths, I think I've actually done the math before, and it's like 85% of the deaths are jihadists. Okay? They're jihadist terrorist groups killing other jihadists. They are jihadist terrorist groups killing civilians. And so Hakeem is going to blame all of these deaths on the United States of America. And just saying this, he can be an Iraqi who was in Iraq at the time that Iraq was invaded. I'm going to say this as an American who invaded Iraq. He can go fuck himself. And every part of his jihadist fucking sweeping bullshit, where he sweeps for Muqtada al-Sadr, or he sweeps for fucking Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or he sweeps for the fucking militias who were in Fallujah, he can go fuck himself with a 40-foot pole. That's how I feel about that.
Exactly right. Yeah, I think that's the most interesting aspect in the difference between radicalization when you're at the at the end of the rifle of American imperialism.
Two Hinge says, did you address Hassan's justification, the annexation of Tibet by the PRC? No, but truth be told, I don't know enough about Tibet in order to argue it competently. So let's just presume that it's bad, and I think I have enough ammunition as is.
Or just American foreign policy, and when you're behind it, when you see the soldiers, when you see the bombs and all this kind of stuff, you are at first filled with like this severe or just hatred of the United States and everything it stands for, and then afterwards you take a step back and you liberalism so evil. Go fuck yourself. Gave you democracy, you son of a bitch. Just because you fucking didn't want it doesn't mean dick. 90% of the people who fucking killed each other in Iraq were fucking jihadists killing other people. Do you want the jihadists to run the society? Because obviously they've done so, and they've created dog shit societies. Go fuck yourself. Starhawk says, they about to bitch about NATO, stop the genocide? Yeah, probably. You analyze and you're like, wait, hold on. Like Joe from like Philadelphia, who's on his third job like this week, that guy is not the guy who I'm angry at. I'm angry at a different set of people. And then you get into class analysis, and then that's when everything kind of comes together. But it's a lot more obfuscated, I can imagine, when you're in the United States, whether you've moved to the US or you're born there, because you don't see this as directly, and you're lied to so fucking much from like the day you're born. So
yeah. I'm interested.
Yeah, AF Racing says, Connor, you don't get it. No one has tried true jihadism. True. The reason why I pause is because Grassroots gave us 10 fucking memberships. All right? 10, bro. Vlad gave us 5. Grassroots gave us 10. And we have a dozen donations from everybody. So I parasocially love you. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. There's lots of cool, interesting, funny people down there. Type Valor Media Network into your search bar, subscribe to that channel, and then catch me live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. And I actually have some good news. I'm gonna share this with chat real quick. We got extended through December. Listen to me. We got extended through December. Okay? So for those of you who don't know, I got a job. So basically I have a little bit of money coming in from VA. I have sometimes a lot of money, but a little bit of money coming in from my Warhammer channel. And it was enough money that I got 2/3 of my bills paid. Okay. And so what I told Valor Media Network is, if I ran a stream and you gave me 6 months of runway, there's a 99% chance that I could run a successful stream with 6 months of runway. And they agreed to it. Then we've made it 4 months into the project so far. And yeah, we're still small. We probably average around 100, but we have really generous donors. And so as a result, I replaced my salary with Valor Media Network with income coming in. So I asked the bosses, hey, Valor Media Network isn't really popping off, but we have this show where we're bringing in money. Are we going to be continuing past October? And while they could still cancel it, they could still fire me, the boss said, we're extended. So you and I, we're not just going to be together through October. We're going to be together through December. And presuming that I don't get schizophrenia, early onset dementia, or cancer, we're probably going to be together forever. Why so many channels? I'll answer you a different time for the sake of content flow. But basically, Valor Media Network is like a project. And the channel that we're on right now is my channel. So, anyways. So we're gonna be best friends through December at least.
Interested in hearing. I don't know if you guys have discussed this before, but I'm interested in hearing what JT's analysis of this is, or his radicalization of this is, because look, in some ways, I think all three of us and our perspective on the United States of America is, it's obvious, right? But for someone to be born in the United States, to grow up in the United States, and then to have shared values like this in a country that is disseminating the most Red Scare propaganda, that has so effectively shut out any kind of class consciousness.
You're gonna have to tell me how Red Scare propaganda is inaccurate, okay? Because my understanding is that in the early 20th century, the Soviet Union took over, and it was an authoritarian Orwellian fucking police state that slaughtered its political rivals and disappeared its rivals into jails and prisons. And they created one of the worst exacerbated one of the worst man-made famines in the history of the world, resulting in millions of Ukrainian dead. That's my understanding of the Soviet Union. When it came to Maoist China, my understanding is that Mao Zedong had one of the most disastrous, centrally planned human disasters in history with the Great Leap Forward, where he accidentally starved tens of millions of people forward because he was a fucking idiot. And then it's my understanding that in the 1970s, during the Cultural Revolution, they effectively whipped up their teenagers into a frenzy to the point that they ran around China murdering anyone who was believed to be a capitalist sympathizer. And then they incarcerated and beat hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people besides the people that they killed, in order to culturally reinforce Marxism. It's also my understanding that the modern Chinese state routinely disappears its enemies and did a cultural genocide in Xinjiang. So that's not even to mention Vietnam. That's not even to mention Khmer Cambodia. Vietnam is actually comparatively the less evil of the bunch. Tito's Yugoslavia is the less evil of the bunch. And they are as guilty of the crimes that the Shah of Iran is guilty of. So if you're going to claim that the Shah is this human rights abusing Western stooge who beat the shit and murdered his own people, if you're going to claim that Pinochet is this authoritarian dictator, almost every socialist revolution on the face of the planet is more guilty of the crimes of which you accuse Pinochet, Franco, and who's another one? I can't think of another one. But Hitler is the only person worse than Stalin. That's the only person worse than Stalin, the only person worse than Mao, the only person worse than Pol Pot is Hitler. And it's actually arguable whether or not Pol Pot was worse than Hitler. So yeah, what's Red Scare, Hasan? Please explain it to me.
I think that is even harder to do.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a pretty run-of-the-mill radicalization process.
I went to college and I smoked pot, and a leggy lesbian girl rejected me, so I became a communist to see if I could get laid.
Bernie came around, and I was like, oh, wow, he's saying stuff I haven't heard before. Yeah, why is our healthcare so expensive? Stuff like that. And,
we must institute a communist revolution because we have bad healthcare. Got it. What a fucking idiot. Hopefully he gives me something more substantive to sink my teeth into.
You know how it goes. I heard the rhetoric like, oh, he's not actually a socialist, he's a social democrat. I'm like, okay, what's the difference between social democracy and socialism? And then I'd, read a little bit more about that. And then the turning point for me was when I picked up State and Revolution and read that. And then things
I'll add it to my reading list.
Started to click.
Great book.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. For anybody who hasn't read State and Revolution, it's short, it's easy to read, it stood to the test of time really quite well. He's a funny guy. Like Lennon's sassy. I love it. It was an interesting process because, a lot of Americans, myself included, were by default kind of apolitical in that it doesn't really affect us very much. You might dislike conservatives depending on where you live because they're, you know, loud and obnoxious and racist and all that stuff. And so you've got a gut reaction, negative reaction against that. But that doesn't mean that, you know, you consider yourself political. And I was that way. But it's really hard to find
Bud123 says, you say that you can run a successful stream. What is the definition of success? Being able to pay my fucking bills with a stream.
accurate information here in the US when everything from, you know, our textbooks to like children's shows to, you know, sitcoms as you grow up to the news to movies, blockbuster movies, it's all so steeped in anti-communist propaganda, you know, even to this day. And it's,
why wouldn't it be?
so you have this ingrained cultural revulsion or fear of anything that is seen as un-American. And that term has been so heavily conflated with left-wing economics, left-wing politics. I mean,
because America, the project of the United States of America, is predicated on individual liberty, which is copacetic with capitalism. Now, that being said, it's not, you could still technically probably have individual rights under a communist or socialist system. However, we're not talking about like social democracy or Scandinavian mixed economy capitalism or whatever the fuck you want to call it. These are fucking tankies. These are people doing apologia for the Soviet Union and Mao and Lenin and Pol Pot and all these motherfuckers. And whenever you bring up the crimes of these places, they're like, okay, well, you know, that's bad, but okay. All right. Tell me more. I'm ready to be radicalized. Let's go. Convert me into a socialist.
properly left-wing, socialist and beyond, not the Democrats, which are clearly a right-wing party.
What do you mean? The Democrats are, I thought they were communists. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to pause again. Vlad, thank you for another 5 memberships. Genuinely appreciated. Thank you, King.
This morning, now that they've arrested their political rival Donald Trump, we are living in communist America.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Exactly right. It's when the government does stuff.
Yeah,
after all.
it's interesting. It's frustrating, and it's why I made my channel the way I did. When I you know, not to sound conspiratorial or anything, but like when I had my eyes open to the reality of how the United States actually works, I was like, okay, how would I have wanted this explained to me when I was first learning about this stuff? And so that's why I took the 101 approach, because, you know, the average American it's not just that they're starting from square one, they're starting from like square negative 30. You have to first pick apart all of the things that have been programmed into them, and then you can start to build upon a basis of reality.
You're describing the reason why so many people simultaneously consider me to be a Democratic Party mouthpiece or a suck dem or whatever the fuck, but also a threat to America as well, because I do, just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms. And I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of, you know, speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated, I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
You know, I'm gonna tell you something that pisses me off before I get into the chat. So we have a stoner video gamer artist guy whose second channel is about racing super fucking cars, which I get it. Communism isn't a poverty cult. Socialism isn't a poverty cult. Shut the fuck up. You're like constantly whinging about how the working class is so fucked over in capitalist society, and the best way that you spend your time is on luxury goods. Go fuck yourself, right? So anyways, yeah, that guy. You got Hakeem, the fucking third worlder Iraqi who blames all of Iraq's political problems on the United States. Go fuck yourself as well. Then you got the Turkic Nepo baby, billionaire. He's not even a fail son. Unfortunately, he's a success son. But then in the background with the son, you have the hammer and the sickle. Well, the sickle is supposed to represent agriculture, wheat, right? Hard labor. When the fuck have these people ever seen a farm or a ranch? And then the hammer is supposed to represent industry, right? When the fuck have these people done anything industrious in their entire fucking lives? I did more by 22 involving agricultural and in industry than these people will do in their fucking lives. So pretending that this is like a working class movement, it's not. It's a luxury movement of ideological fucking underemployed pedant fucking dumbasses. Anyways, before I get angry, let me check in with chat real quick. And by the way, thank you. There's 200 people here. I parasocially love you for being here. Like the stream, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. Type in Valor Media Network into your search bar. Subscribe to the channel. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Larry, though, asks, are you going to stream the debate on your own channel? Yes. I'm going to do it on my own channel. It's more drama than it is anything else. I'm going to keep the schedule where Tuesdays are my days, and then Monday through Friday are Valor's days. Grassroots for 20 bucks says, Iraqi Hitler really pisses in my Cheerios, so you might get extended for 10 years out of rage super chats today. Second thought, too, and he's not even good at reviewing supercars. What a fucking loser. Nice. Well, Grassroots, then I'm just going to start reviewing commie content, and we're going to rip it apart. That way I can fucking drain your bank account. Yeah, Casey says, Shining Path raped and murdered thousands in Chile. It was Hitler versus Stalin in Chile. Yeah, exactly. Edreamcast says, which crimes did the Shah commit? Well, he took communists and revolutionaries and jihadists and he put them in a super jail and then he ripped their toenails out with fucking pliers. So he tortured a few bad people.
Despite,
and let's be real, he probably tortured a few innocent people along with the bad people.
Perfectly understand that social democracies benefit tremendously from American imperialism, Western imperialism. And would not exist in the way that they do without such atrocities committed, right? But, if you want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond,
right,
social democratic ideas.
I just want
to. So let's write that down. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Hasan's goal is to undermine the American empire so more foreign states can become revolutionary communist projects. So it's a pincer attack. Well, actually, it's a two-wave attack. Two-wave attack. Normalize social democratic principles in order to shift normies left while doing agitative propaganda to get them to buy into revolutionary concepts. Awesome. So he's just a fucking tanky that knows how to hide his power level. But thank God he just did a podcast where he's like, yes, this is exactly what I'm doing. Because this is the bullshit that Pisco would hide behind. He'd be like, I don't even know. Is there a quote from Hasan Piker where he endorses terrorism explicitly? Is there a quote from Hasan Piker where he endorses revolutionary communism? It's like, yes, right here. Right here. What's the timestamp? 41:55. I'm gonna put this in deprogram episode 74, timestamp 41:55. Pisco, he'll put up a good fight. He's a good debater. I have every faith that he will have a good showing tonight. However, if he tries to say like, did Hasan Piker ever really say that? I'm going to rhetorically rape him with this timestamp. AF Racing says, for $6, says, for democracy. Indeed. Cannibal Gecko says, the Mexican Revolution is the only movement that I can think of with a semi-functional, non-evil regime in the 1910s, though it's still being unreasonably generous. Interesting. I would have to rip into Mexican history. All right. Fast and Bulbous for 5 says, feels like 90s radio was just Welcome to the Jungle Smells Like Teen Spirit and a random Stone Temple Pilot song. I mean, dude, if I turn on... All right, I'm in Central Florida. My local radio station for rock and roll is 101.1 WJRR. They've been playing the same playlist of rock and roll music since 2003. It's infuriating. Dank Brandon says, but besides that, what bad things did he really do? Yeah. Trapinka says, what time is the debate? 6 p.m. EST, I think. All right, back to the content. I love you guys. Take the shill rant and inject it into your brain.
I want to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized, and so on, can only work and can absolutely utilize, for example, the stuff that Hasan does, because Hasan does one very particular thing that social democrats that, for example, we would never call to this podcast or we would give a lot of shit to, because they cut the funnel from both sides. What do I mean by this? They introduce people to lukewarm socialist ideas, etc., and then they want to keep them there.
Yeah.
Right. Well, whenever Hasan...
Ooh, hold on. This is going to help out Econoboy tonight. Trip Ox says, is the debate going to be Econoboy and Pisco versus Destiny and Connor? Yes, it will be. So what Hakeem is saying is that there are social democrats who will try to keep them in the social democratic space. And I think that Econoboy is going to say that's him. Now, he might have a totally different definition of socialism besides decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. However, he's basically... I think Hakeem is talking about people like Econoboy. Because Econoboy is an incrementalist. He's not a revolutionary, as far as I know.
Hasan introduces people to socialist ideas. Yes, the lukewarm, not so scary sounding ones, keeping your power levels low, hidden, and so on and so on. He does not stop them from progressing through the funnel and getting additional information and so on. He doesn't agitate against, for example, the revolutionary perspective and so on and so on. That is the main difference. You do your part in the funnel for the cause or whatever the fuck you want to call it. We'll talk later about if what we're doing actually does anything, etc. But as long as you do not try to keep people exactly there where you want them and don't.
Ooh. Our useful political enemies are people who shift people far enough left, but then try to keep them from falling into revolutionary philosophy. Now that's Hakeem at this timestamp. However, how do I have a feeling that Hasan is not going to push back against this? That he's not going to be like, no. Actually, social democrats I view as friendly people, and even if they don't agree with everything, I just think that I believe in the marketplace of ideas, and ultimately I do believe in liberalism and freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. So, I think we should compete in the marketplace of ideas. Is that what Hasan is about to say, or is he about to say lol, yeah,
want them to evolve, etc., then you're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause. But unfortunately,
and no, Destiny and I aren't sharing notes. I'm not trying to cheat in order to win. I don't give a shit about winning the debate. I care about showing up, having a good showing, kicking some fucking ass. That's what I care about. So, yeah, Steven and I could talk before the show. I don't give a fuck. But like, I feel like some people think that's like an element of cheating, right? Where you're like swapping notes. It also kind of becomes like a circle jerk too, because if you agree with each other 100%, you just sit there going like, yeah. And then when this happened, wasn't that gay? And they're like, yeah. And then you're like, yeah. By the way, I love my homosexual viewers. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about me using gay as a pejorative. Just swap out lame in your mind. We're cool. Kiss as many boys as you want. Kiss as many girls as you want if you're a girl. I do not give a shit. Have fun.
Unfortunately, there's a lot, especially for example on Twitch, motherfuckers that do the opposite, and they just because they want to farm their audience as much as they
eDreamcast says, I don't want to do anything with my life. Which major do I choose? Political science.
Fucking can, and then they generate drama, which is almost 99% with other socialists, etc., and that
I
is
stay away from all that noise.
exactly, and that is reactionary shit. That is quite.
It's reactionary shit. Fuck you. You're not getting your cringe revolution. Go fuck yourself, Hakeem.
Literally like anti-progressive and hurts the movement much more than it helps. So yeah, those are the two different.
I hate records, right? I mean, they've always been around, and I think originally records.
I've kissed plenty of boys on the cheek in a French way. I've never kissed a boy in a romantic way.
Would operate like almost like in a way that you salt a workplace, right? Like they would come in, they would have a different ideological perspective, and they would do these things. Nowadays, I think in America, especially, American exceptionalism, American individualism, American capitalism is so ingrained in the minds of people.
So based
people that like they do it without realizing. Like there are plenty of forms of what people would consider radical politics in leftist spaces that people engage in, where they are unintentionally doing wrecker shit without recognizing that they're doing that. You have anarchists, rad libs. I mean, I guess there's more historical precedent to that. But you have so many different flavorings of the Nat socks or whatever, which is hilarious because that's just the most anti-materialist perspective you can have, like nationalism in that regard, and all this other stuff that people engage with, and it just purely is that fight is purely fought on aesthetic grounds, which is inherently one, a mystification of class politics, and two, very liberal. It's the most liberal thing you can do, to be like, oh my God, like you wear expensive clothes, like you're fucking not a real leftist. Like you need to, as a leftist, or as an anti-capitalist or a socialist, like you can't have a house. You can't make.
No, you fucking dumbass. I'm going to steel man it after he straw mans it.
You need to live like an ascetic.
Yeah. Which is inherently it's inherently anti-socialist. Like I'm no dengist, but it's you know the quote that I'm obviously referencing, but like socialism is not a poverty cult.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Exactly.
He's just saying this so this motherfucker can drive supercars without any fucking guilt, and Hasan can have fucking Gucci clothing without any guilt. Let me go ahead and show you this shit. Okay. Working class Joe. So let's find. No, not you. Let's do. I don't know. Let's do like a construction worker. Okay. So communism and socialism claims to be representative of this guy. Okay? It's communism. The whole reason why they have the hammer and the sickle is because, as a matter of fact, let's do, let's pull up a farmer as well while we're at it, right? Farmer. Images. Let's do one more. Let's do factory worker. Not YouTube, Google. All right. Sorry, it's taking me a second to set up the steel man of what they're talking about. Factory worker. All right. So we understand that in the modern era, labor is what makes the world go round. Okay? Human beings working in industry, in agriculture, in construction, in service, these are the people who make the world go round. Okay? So without schlubs like this guy and this girl and this guy and these gals, the world doesn't work the way that it needs to. Same thing with a farmer, right? If you don't pick the crops, if you don't get the hay, if you don't till the soil, if you don't rotate the fucking ingredients in the soil, et cetera, the world doesn't work. And same thing with the construction guy. Without this guy pouring concrete, busting his ass, putting out framing, doing drywall, and all that kind of shit, people don't have homes, right? So the socialism and communism pretends to be a working class movement where they are guarding the interests of these people by saying that their food, water, and shelter should be guaranteed, and that they should have a stake in the industry that they create. That way, wealth is more equally distributed, so society is more egalitarian. That's what socialism claims to do. Same thing with communism, right? Moneyless, stateless class of society. Let's create a society that is so abundant that like nobody has to worry about shit. You don't have to worry about a state coming in to kill you. You don't have to worry about trading money for resources. You don't have to worry about what political class or social class another human being is, because you guys are all the same, right? You're trying to eliminate I don't even think this shit is possible, but you're trying to eliminate the conflict from society through socialism and communism, right? Now, the truth is that in our modern world, people still have to work their fucking asses off. They still have to work 40 to 60 hours a week, busting their fucking ass, sweating, bleeding, doing the hard agricultural work, doing the hard factory work, doing all this bullshit, right? And so these cunts, I say that intentionally. Sorry that it's a gendered slur against women. I'm using it in the British way, where it's just supposed to be an in general insult of somebody who's so vicious that they're worthy of derision. These cunts know that tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, billions of people slave away 40 to 60 hours a week in order to make the world go round, and that they are advocating on these people's behalf, and they have an excess amount of capital. They have money, in the classic capital sense, and they could alleviate some of the suffering of the working class people of the world, but instead they spend insane amounts of wealth on supercars, on clothing, on traveling, and on doing drugs. And so the whole point is that if you think that there's a moral conundrum in the modern world, which is that the labor class, the working class, is suffering under the yoke of socialism, and it's an existential crisis worthy of revolution, then why the fuck would you waste your time driving a fucking supercar? And why the fuck would you buy a Gucci handbag? Why wouldn't you buy a Nissan Altima or buy a fucking $50 handbag and then use your excess cash to alleviate the suffering of the working class? That's the steel man, you fucking tool bag. God, I hate these people.
Prosperity is glorious for all.
It is.
Sorry, real quick. Rob says, okay, based on the Jungian idea of incorporating your shadow, shouldn't we incorporate the leftists into our goal of pulling the Overton window away from MAGA? Half meme question. I don't care if you say Hasan's going to vote for a Democrat, therefore we don't want to totally piss him off to the point that he's not voting Democrat. If you want to say that, fine. But don't pretend he's your friend. Don't pretend he's your ally. Don't pretend that he's ideologically close to you. This is a left-wing Nazi. Okay? It's a left-wing fucking Nazi. He might not have explicitly ethno-related racism and purges. He does have thought crimes that he thinks you should be lined up and shot for. Okay?
There's a very good article by Jonas Manuel, the Brazilian Marxist, an organizer and historian, and he kind of ties in this European obsession with martyrdom in Christianity into the modern like flavor of Marxism that's practiced. And it's like where they almost deify failure.
Yeah.
In a way. So that's like every
Oh, fuck you. Now there's like an anti-Christian, anti-martyr line of rhetoric. Go fuck yourself.
revolution that failed is the revolution that was pure, it was perfect, they were doing everything right. But the second that they have to contend with the realities of building socialism, with all its contradictions, all its difficulties, and yes, even its excesses, all of a sudden then it's like, no, this is not how it's supposed to be done. These people are revisionists or state capitalists or this, that. And it's always very telling that the people who are most vocal in this are the ones who have had the least successful leftist political projects, meaning Northwestern Europe and North America.
What was that joke? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, if a Marxist achieves a Marxist society, he loses the one thing that he always identified with, because there's no longer a need for a set revolutionary Marxist. And a lot of people, like, as you both, all three of you beautifully put it, when you aestheticize it to an extent, you don't want it to actually happen, because then you're no longer special, right? What makes me special is that I'm against, man, the status quo, bro. Like, I want to fuck shit up, blah, blah, blah. But when the moment comes for fucking shit up, then you chicken out, because you obviously only wanted to define yourself as different and not necessarily believed any of the shit that you're spewing. But
I think he's calling out revolutionaries who lose their taste for revolution when it comes time to do hard shit, because they prefer the aesthetic of being a rebel than actually being a rebel. I'm okay with that.
Again, continuing in the
Dreamcast says, I'm gonna head out and enjoy the sun. I'll be back. Maybe. Love you, chat. Love you, Connor. See ya. Appreciate ya.
Line of aesthetization and all of this. I remember watching the shit show, which was the U.S. elections a few years ago through your stream, and I remember it peaking at like over 200,000 like consecutive viewers at some.
AF Racing says no one seems to have realized Dreamcast was being racist as fuck earlier. What'd they say? I love racism. Tell me what they said.
Point, and those are not rookie numbers, baby. Those are like CNN, Fox News numbers, and you're just a guy and the skeleton crew of editors and managers. So, like, is the traditional media, as cliche as it is, dying? Why is the obvious answer yes? And
holy shit, $50 super chat. The devil were behind. But a knife question during the debate later would be, if Hasan was president, what do we think his actions would have been on October 7th? Ooh! That's a good one. If Hasan was president, what would have been his actions on October 7th? I'll tell you what his actions, what he says his actions would have been. He says his actions would have been to pressure the Israeli state to open their fucking borders. That's funny. That's funny. No shit, Jews are going to view him as an existential threat. Do we think he would deploy humanitarian force to control Israel during all the chaos? No, he would deploy American troops to try to fucking force Israel to opening its borders and create a one-state pro-Palestinian solution. Some of you might think that's fucking based, but I'm pretty sure plenty of Jews and plenty of Israelis would say, fuck that. Mohammed Svensson. We have a Scandinavian Muslim. That's very interesting. At counterpoints, but he is arguing that the whole system needs to be changed, not that he can do almost anything with his small wealth as a singular person. Yeah, sure. Sure. We're all just snowflakes, okay? We're all just fucking... you prompted. You did it. This is... Everybody blame Muhammad, okay? This is Muhammad's fault. The next 3 minutes of rant is Muhammad's fault, okay? Hold on. Sorry. Let me find the $50 super chat. There we go. All right. So you guys will have heard, some of you will have heard this parable before. There's a young boy running along the beach. It's something I believe in, okay? And there's 1,000 starfish washed up on the beach. And he starts grabbing starfish and he's throwing them into the ocean. And there's an old man who walks by and he says, young boy, you might as well not even be doing anything. There's thousands of starfish. There's no way you're going to be able to save them all. And then the little boy undeterred, grabs another starfish and throws it into the ocean. And he says, it mattered to that one. Okay? So the whole point is that, yes, individuals only have their locus of influence. I only have you guys. A 200 viewer stream is not very big. And no offense, I love you guys, but you're fickle twats. Okay? If I'm not talking about live and learn, if I'm not talking about destiny, half of you twats disappear. Now, I hope you don't. I hope you stay. I hope you come to tomorrow's stream, et cetera, et cetera. But let's be real. Half of you are fickle. You're only here for the drama, right? But for those of you who do stay, and let's say that we grow, let's say that I have an income that is not as high as Steven's, not as high as Vosh's, not as high as Hasan's, but let's say that I get a respectable income. I am perfectly fine carving out 10% of that income and doing the things that I advocate for because I actually believe in them. I want to manifest them into reality. So while this might be the cosmic equivalent of picking up a single starfish and throwing it into the fucking ocean, I like people who pick up a single starfish and throw it into the fucking ocean when they're talking about the starfish dying problem. You know what I'm saying? And collectively, if the old man, because there's two options here. If you're the old man, you can be a cynical twat and you can be like, ha ha ha, cosmically, none of this makes sense, lol. And then you can walk your old ass home. Alternatively, if you're the old man in this parable, you can pick up a starfish yourself and throw it into the fucking ocean and you can help out. So the whole point of that fucking parable is, yes, individually, we do not have that much effect, but our individual effects add up and they're important to the people that we affect. So either get on fucking board and help out or shut the fuck up. I'm not saying that to you, Muhammad. I love you. I'm just talking about Hasan. All right, reading a few more. Pashi says, Connor, the counter argument is that the solution needs to be systemic, not individual. Yeah, and it's fucking cringe. And anybody who uses that argument can fucking take a fucking hammer. They can take their testicles, they can put it on a table, and they can smash their fucking testicles till they don't have the capacity to have children. Muhammad says Connor's ignoring chat because he knows they're right. No, I'm not. And fuck you for even saying that, Muhammad. Say some fucking shit like that again. I'll just fucking ban you, you fucking pussy. Shut the fuck up. I'm ignoring chat because there's 200 of you, so it's hard to fucking keep up with chat. That's why. Do you think any of these people would be willing to die for the cause? No, they're all fucking pussies. To be fair, the Russian anthem fucking slaps. Yeah, but, you know, good music comes from bad places. The Empire from fucking Star Wars has better music than the fucking Rebels. The Rebels are cringe. Rebels are cringe. Empire is better. They just happen to be evil. Like, honestly, if the Empire didn't blow up Alderaan, I would prefer the Empire. All right. Anyways, I love you. Quick chill time before we get back into it. Like the stream. Engage in chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting people there. Watch the VODs. Love the VODs. Comment on the VODs. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. We've already gotten 16 donations today. And some of them, not just grassroots. Grassroots is my oiler. I love grassroots. I will love grassroots more than I love any of my other children. However, you guys have been insanely generous today, including the Devil, Fast and Bulbous, AF Racing, Grassroots, Vlad with like 10 memberships today. Seriously, thank you. Starhawks, Death Lily, Megastar, Casey from Long Island, Ensort, my buddy Nick, Fashion 40, Mythos, Jonas Skoglund, and Mark Grukel. Thank you. I parasocially love you guys. Back into the content. Take the starfish in your life and throw them back into the fucking ocean. Otherwise, I think you're a piece of shit.
What do you think, the future of political / news coverage will look like? Because, a guy in a suit staring at a camera and reading off of a teleprompter is probably not it.
I don't know where the future of media will go. In many respects, what I do is actually not all that different than what like right-wing AM radio broadcasters would do and have been doing and will continue to do for many, many years, probably. I mean, I am probably closer to a Rush Limbaugh, rest in piss, than like a Jon Stewart, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're not ending stream. We're still watching shit. I'm just chatting shit. Grassroots says asserting dominance and gave $50. Thank you, King. Appreciate you.
I obviously I'm not speaking ideologically. I just mean content wise, or maybe even rhetoric wise. Honestly, I mean he is a dishonest pervert, pill junkie who fucking died of brain cancer. But ultimately he was doing off the cuff analysis from a reactionary perspective, and was.
God, I love being reactionary. Reactionary Republican. Although I think reactionary, that's actually what they accuse MAGA of being. So I think reactionary instincts can go too far, obviously.
Cutting a shitload of propaganda very successfully. And that off the cuff, like nonstop content style has been around for a while. And I think I am doing something similar to that with my channel. The only component that is different than what has come prior to this is what this medium allows me to do is speak to people directly and immediately with real-time feedback.
Sorry, you guys are giving me more fodder, which is good. Pashi says, Connor, the systemic argument is decent and rooted in academic philosophy, but it's used as a cringe argument to justify inaction and avoid doing things. But one man's savior is a fragile solution. 100%. Okay. This country does not, it's rooted in individualism, but it does not work if we're all individuals. Okay. And what I mean by that is, I am a single person. I only have my talents, my wisdom, my gifts, my knowledge, my experience, et cetera, but I am trying to apply it to the community. And by the way, you guys are kind of my community, but I don't want you. There's lots of doomsday prophets out there. There's lots of people who want you to think that the world is falling apart and the only thing you can do is wait for rapture. I think Vosh is a doomsday cult prophet. I think Hasan is a doomsday cult prophet. I think Nick Fuentes is a doomsday cult prophet. Same thing with Sargon of Akkad. But I don't want you to be doomsday cultists. I want you to wake up. I want you to work your fucking job. I want you to pay your bills. I want, as best you can, I want you to pay your taxes. I want you to find your partner. Ideally, I want you to love your partner and be loyal to your partner. If you want kids, or even if you don't want kids, I want you to have kids, and I want you to have a happy, healthy, successful life. I want that for you, and I want to encourage you to do so, and I want this community to encourage you to do so. Now, we could all say, cosmically, who gives a fuck if a 100 viewer or a 200 viewer live streamer has a pro-social community? Cosmically, it doesn't mean shit. 200 people out of 300 million is piss in the ocean, right? But I hope that you guys can like and appreciate that while we're going to do the schizophrenic alt media political bullshit because it's entertaining and it's fun, we're also trying to make sure that community members are not engaged in doomsday cult bullshit because it makes their lives worse and it makes our society worse. Okay? Dr. Plague Doctor says, hi, Connor. Just want to say after I got the mouse room to your discussion with Destiny, I think a center-left, center-right coalition to push back against the non-grillers would be based. Well, thanks for it. Trap Leader for $10 says debate hype. Thank you, King.
And there has never been in the history of like commentary, content, whatever you want to call it, there has never been a medium that allows you to get real-time feedback from an entire audience, a stadium full of people.
Yeah.
I go live every day to, 30,000, 40,000 people. If it's something that's like relevant happening in the news, like Donald Trump getting arraigned, 60,000 people, and every single person has the opportunity.
Peter Mars says, how soon is the debate? It's in 6 hours. My time right now, when you're hearing this, is 12:09 p.m. So 5 hours and 50 minutes.
To basically write something and have me in front of 60,000 people read it out and respond to it. And I think that's what makes my content very unique. Mm-hmm. I think that is what is really truly interesting about this, is that like that's why the de-radicalization stuff works well, in my opinion. Well, not de-radicalization, or radicalization stuff works well, in my opinion, on the medium that I'm in, like picking people and moving them away from right-wing politics, reactionary politics, the alt-right pipeline, if you want to call it that. The way I'm able to do that is because I know the most effective talking points, I know the most effective counters, and I can do that by
Do you, Hasan? Because you seem to fall apart under any amount of pressure when anybody challenges you on any of your fucking cringe talking points. So are you that effective of a rhetorician, or are you a dumb, handsome man? Mohammed Svensson, our Scandinavian Muslim, said, like, why do you think Hasan has so much appeal? I have no fucking idea, dude. I listen to this guy talk. I think he's boring as shit. I think his geopolitical analysis is okay, but he obviously does lies of omission, and he has an agenda and an axe to grind when it comes to like historical analysis. I don't understand the appeal of Hasan. I think he's actually just handsome. He's an okay reciter of historical facts. And that's about it, bro. That's about it from my opinion. Otherwise, I don't know. I genuinely do not understand maybe I have autism. I don't understand the appeal of Hasan Piker. Rob says 10% says the secularist tide. I like it. Got to call it the barbecue fund, and any canvassing effort has to include Connor running the grill at home. Dude, Rob, you just fucking did it, man. You just unlocked another fucking thing. So number one, we're definitely adding that. 10% grill tithe. And then at the disaster relief / canvassing events, we need to literally run a grill. Yeah, bro. That's fucking genius. Melody says, bet it comes to a 2v1 and a Condo Boy just watching. Yeah, probably. Because I'm not just going to sit back like a fucking cuck. I know that all the DGG simps are going to want me to sit back and fucking just watch Pisco and whatever. But, dude, if you're inviting me to the debate, I'm going to debate. Shut the fuck up, right? Muhammad says, when did Counterpoints turn into Jordan Peterson? I've always been Jordan Peterson. I'm Jordan Peterson's son, actually. Christian Blair says, given you don't condemn Destiny fully and are still friendly with him, you worried about Kiwi Farms attempting to dox you? No, I keep that thing on me. If you come to I'm just telling you, if you attack my children, if you attack my family in person, I will fucking kill you. Okay? If you physically attack, like, if you verbally harass us, I'll try to ignore you. If you get in my way, I'm going to put you on the fucking ground. If you try to physically harm anyone I love, I will fucking kill you. And depending on how bad you hurt the people I love, I might kill you bad, right? So don't come to my house. Don't hurt my family members. Don't harass my family members. Okay? Mutually assured destruction. You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. Okay? Just saying. If you fuck with my kids, I'll kill you. Okay? Just saying.
Directly talking to people, and others with similar perspectives can get and develop a different opinion on these subjects in real time.
Basically, what Hasan is saying is that he should pay his chat, because thanks to chat, the show is actually
true. Redistribute the means of production back to your chat, Hasan. You fucking piece of shit.
Good, but it's pretty incredible that people like us have found a model in which we get to like put food on our table while we spread our ideas and trick the market into quite literally allowing us to grow bigger and faster by the month so that we can proliferate more and more anti-capitalist rhetoric. The capitalist will sell us the very rope we will hang them with, blah, blah, blah. And some have been, and I proudly say deservingly, super successful at this model, such as yourself, such as JT as well, such as one day this podcast, or to an extent even now, or like fucking insanely big shit like Chapo Trap House and others, which wink wink,
Black Rainbow says, if I was single, I would make out with Finster. Now you would have your gay card. Listen, let me pull it off just in case any non-safe for work stuff looks up. I know who Finster is. I'm just pulling it up. I'm just pulling it up so people can appreciate. Yeah. Finster is for a dude. I don't know if Finster. So this is what Finster originally looked like. Matter of fact, Finster looks like my editor. I hate to say that because I love my editor, but like Taze Travis, he kind of looks like this. But Finster, what does this say? Make chat mad again? Okay. But Finster, I think transed, right? Yeah. Y'all would date Finster. If there was a girl that looked like this, you would date Finster, right? Let's face it. She's a passoid.
Patreon link is in the description, but nothing comes free of consequences, as they say. And you being a great example of being wrongfully slandered just because you've managed to do well. So where do you think this criticism mostly comes from? Is it all just as you mentioned earlier, champagne socialist, so cringe, rightoid bullshit, or do you think that some of it might come from a misguided but quote unquote good place?
I'm sure some of it is coming from a misguided.
When did I do benzos? I'm saving my benzo. I'm saving my benzo schizophrenic break for my 50s.
Plays. I think all of it's coming from a misguided place. It just ranges.
Severin says, sorry. I actually do like engaging with my chat sometimes. I like engaging with my chat a lot, but I just know it detracts from the content. Were you ever a biblical literalist? No. When I was 7, I knew that I wanted to please my parents and I wanted to profess my faith in Christ, right? So I went, but I didn't have it. I just professed it. And so I was 7 years old. I went and talked to my mom and, we did a little prayer and I professed my faith in Christ. But truth be told, even in that moment, I didn't really have faith in Christ as the literal son of God. I knew that religion was important. I knew that the morality that I was being taught was good. I knew that telling the truth was good. I knew that loving your parents and honoring your parents was good. I knew that trying to find your wife and trying not to be a fucking whore was good. I knew that loving your family was good. I knew all that shit was good, but I didn't literally believe in the dogmatism of literalist religion. And so, truth be told, I've probably always been like that. I don't think I've ever been a literalist. I think when I was a teenager, I tried to figure out how to make literalism true, but it was so daunting compared to reality that I gave up on it pretty quick. There's probably 2 or 3 months, as an early teenager, where I tried to figure out how to make the Bible literally true, and it didn't work. It always seemed to work better as a semi-historical, mythological, metaphorical narrative. That it always worked better that way.
From misguided and not fully understanding, grasping the situation, and misinformed, to misguided and deliberately trying to cut takes that will
sorry for so many pauses. Thank you for the donation, S. Love you, Connor. Keep up the good work. Thank you, King.
Gain prominence, that will get you to gain prominence in the tiny, already fractured socialist spheres of the internet, so you can get fucking more subscribers to your Substack or Patreon or whatever the fuck you're doing. And then last but not least, you have the people who portray themselves as some form of anti-capitalist or leftist or even liberal sometimes, who are just doing that maliciously. They only find themselves in contention with socialists and never offer that same lens of skepticism, cynicism to all the way to Nazis even,
They're talking about the classical liberals. They're talking about 16 Sargon and 16 Shoe on Head and 16 Chris Ray Gun, and they're talking about modern Hutch. Now, I think Hutch is perfectly capable, and I've seen him debate MAGA before, so I think Hutch is perfectly capable of debating MAGA and talking shit about the right wing. So I'm not under any illusions that Hutch is somehow incapable of attacking the right. But they are talking about liberals who prioritize fighting the far left over fighting the right. And I do think that's kind of if you're trying to get the Democrats excited about midterms to vote to sweep MAGA out of fucking power and kick them electorally in the dick, then you can waste too much time fighting the far left. but I think this fight needs to be had now. We're a year and a half out. Josiah is fucking huge, guys. Like, I'm really not trying to overstate how big Josiah is. Look, I checked out his Social Blade before, mostly because I was really proud of him and jealous. But let's go ahead and look at his Social Blade while we're at it. We could just check his YouTube, but his YouTube's fucking huge, dude. Look, 600K, 250 million views, 3,000 videos because he just cranks them out. He does like 3 to 5 a day, 10-minute videos. And look at his views, man. Bear in mind, 1 million views for me on a series of 20-minute videos is like $2,000 on my Warhammer. So if I get 1 million views on Warhammer, I'm basically, actually, truth be told, it's more like $500,000 to $750,000 is around $2,000. If I make 1 million, then it's like it's closer to like 3,000 or 4,000. So let's just call 1 million 3,000. Okay. So what's funny here is I was Josiah's friend all the way back here. I think he was just like, he was this cute little streamer boy who jumped on Destiny's show every now and then. And then in 2023, he started just posting like 3 to 5 videos a day. Oh, these are subs. These are subs. Let me check out views. And then Josiah got, look at this. Look at this. This is probably where he started posting like 3 videos a day, was August of 2023. So August of 2023, Josiah hit 1 million views in September, 2 million in October. So this is already good income, right? This is already $4,000 to $6,000. 5 million views 1 month, 10 million, 9 million, 12 million, 10 million, 13 million, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, 13 million, 22 million, 21 million, 15 million, 9 million, 6 million, 11 million, 11 million, 20 million, 14 million. So this dude is fucking killing it. Okay. Josiah is fucking killing it. I'm just going to do the math based off my own metrics. Okay. I'm not going to say that this is accurate for him, but 11 million views. Okay. So let's just do 11 times 3,000. Bro, some of these months he made tens of thousands of dollars in a single month. Guaranteed. I don't know the exact numbers, but this dude is fucking killing it. So if I see Josiah drifting into because I consider Josiah a friend. If I see Josiah drifting into, let's not criticize Hasan Piker because we want to be friends with him so we can get access to his clout, money, and influence, I'm going to have some shit to say about it. Now, maybe he's right and I'm wrong. Maybe everybody, all these socialists watch Josiah. And by the way, I'm not saying he said anything explicit. I'm making the argumentation about political camps. Let's bring up my fucking picture again, okay? Not this one. Save ideology just as bad. Notice how I can confidently pull up my computer because I don't watch gross porn on my computer. Isn't that nice? Isn't it nice that I don't have animated, like anime teenagers on my fucking, or like horses on my desktop? Isn't that nice? New political map. All right, so sorry. I know I'm delaying the stream and we'll get back into the content momentarily, but I just want to point this out. If I hear, let's say that Econoboy is right here. He's a progressive who normalizes far left ideas. Let's say that Pisco is right here. He's a fucking progressive and he's a pain in my fucking ass. But he can reasonably be argued with. But he also says that we should be catering to these people more than we should be catering to these people. And let's say that Josiah is right here. He's on the verge of lib and progressive, and he's kind of hearing these arguments and he kind of agrees with it. But then Hutch is over here, and Hutch is making the argument like, no, fuck that. Let's make an alliance with all of these people. If you see somebody like Josiah, while he is a Democrat talking points fucking machine, he's also a human being with opinions and clout and influence. And on the whole, does Josiah determine elections? Absolutely the fuck not. But if he can take a huge information machine and drift it towards fucking Econoboy and Pisco's perspective, or if he can drift it towards Hutch and my perspectives, you better gosh darn believe that I'm going to fight for Josiah to come my way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be mean about it. I'm not going to be rude about it. The conversation might get a little fucking spicy. I might call Econoboy and Pisco stupid fucking sweepers for far left dipshits who deserve to be fired from a fucking trebuchet into the Caribbean. And then if those people try to swim back to America, they should be shot. I might say some crazy shit like that. But no, I think this is a worthwhile fight. This is absolutely a worthwhile fight. All right, checking in with chat because I'm more entertaining than these fucks. S for another $2 says, just like Hasan, second thought was born rich. Yeah, notice how it's a bunch of fucking fail sons who had enough money to just stream forever and they became millionaires off of it. Nunu says, can you please ask them if they should court the right-leaning Democrats like Joe Manchin for the same vote, optimizing reasons as if they just align more with MLs like Hasan? Yes, that's like the crux of the debate. In my opinion, that's the crux of the debate. Hedonic says, I think they mean their way into being trans, but yeah, we can admit that they're a passoid, right? S says, for $5, those guys are the guys who love dead Jews. True. True. All right, I'm going to read like one or two more, then we'll get back into it. Connor, as long as you don't abuse them, you will be fine, and JBP must have been taking a ton of them for him to get where he was. Yeah. AKA Badasui says, you can be a biblical literalist and still claim it's aliens that were harvesting animals during Noah's Ark and tricking the humans at the time. Jesus Christ, bud. Which political movement is closest to Scandinavians? I would say social democracy. Social democracy. But anyways, just quick shill. We'll keep watching. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. If you're having a good time, come back tomorrow. Type in Valor Media Network into your search bar. Subscribe to that channel. And I will be live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'm live on Valor Media Network every day except for Tuesday. Okay? There's 250 people here. I expect to see you tomorrow.
You know, it's just like so odd. I think there's varying degrees of debate pervertry and personal motivation, personal gain that people have in this regard. Ultimately, though, I don't know. I just fucking keep my head down.
Ricardo says, is this drama good for business? Yes.
And I keep making content because it's not all that serious in many ways, the way I see it. I have no illusions. I do not believe that like I am going to create the armed revolutionary Vanguard, one copy of imperialism, the highest state of capitalism on one hand, and then your Kalashnikov in the other, and we're gonna overtake with workers' councils. We're going to start taking over the American government. We're going to take over like American military bases and all this shit. Like that's not what I fantasize about. That's not something that I think is feasible in my lifetime. I simply tried
in my lifetime
to put my best foot forward, be as entertaining as possible, make content while simultaneously describing the world from my perspective. A lot of people, I think, see that and go, oh, that means like you want to do a Maoist like peasants revolution in Iowa. That's not, I don't think that is even I don't think we're even capable of doing that.
What else?
I want to see if there's anything good in the conclusion. And then truth be told, I'm probably going to go check out Ethan Klein versus Hasan in the wake of October 7th. That's probably the next thing where I think he's going to go mask off. S for $10 says, all I ever see in Twitter is tankies fighting liberals. They never actually go against Nazis. They are scared. Why else did they protest Kamala and not Trump? True.
I was gonna say, what I was just gonna add is that a lot of people also take this along the vein of what you're saying. A lot of people take this way too seriously, or perceive what we do way too seriously. The revolution will not emanate from a bunch of people making content on the English language speaking internet,
Yes.
leftist spaces on Twitch and YouTube and whatnot. The revolution is made on the ground by active organizations doing good work, agitating, educating, doing fucking homeless drives and trying to secure housing, trying to drive unionization efforts in the United States. Even then, with all these efforts, likelihood of revolution is fairly low. In the imperial periphery, it's a lot higher because the stakes are a lot higher as well.
Yeah.
That's why we see success of leftist movements in those areas. But yeah, to like, you know, just wrap that point up that I want to say is Yugopnik has a very good saying that he said several times, which is no matter what we do, we're kind of like like in the Russian revolutions, people would put the posters up, the agitprop posters up. That's basically what we do. We want to bring about a slight cultural shift in attitude towards perceiving socialism, and hopefully educate some people and entertain some people in the meanwhile. Nothing any deeper than this, really.
It's crazy. I mean, there are some people online who, like you said.
Ooh, McDevin says Hutch will be live with Not So Erudite soon. Do you want to stream snipe that? We could stream snipe.
That I keep take this way too seriously. Like I tweeted out, I was complaining. I was looking for a new camera for my on location stuff, and
okay. This is what pisses me off, where they're like, we're just making content, bros. We're just small beans, bros. We're just, you know, it's not that big of a deal, bro. We're just putting up propaganda posters, bros. It's like, fuck you. You're fucking millionaires, right? Like, I don't know about Hakeem, but I'm assuming if you're driving supercars casually, you're probably making a decent income. I know Hasan's a fucking millionaire. Fuck you, okay? If you're multi-millionaire propagandists on the internet with viewership larger than mainstream broadcast channels like CNN and Fox News and all that bullshit, guess what, motherfucker? You are important. And guess what, motherfucker? How you spend your money, how you spend your time, how you spend your energy is important. So fuck you. I'm not accepting the I'm a small bean argument. Mohammed Svensson says, Josiah is scared to disavow the socialists. That is a problem. They grow silently in the background under the premise that he respects and agrees with them, but his mask on. Well, yeah, I don't think Josiah is a fucking socialist. I don't even think Pisco is a socialist. However, I think their willingness to play footsie with them is a problem, like the Vanguard. The Vanguard are these two fucking kids. And realistically, I would do research on them. I just don't know if it would be better to stream snipe Kyla or stream snipe Hutch. I don't know if that would be more entertaining. Or we could check out the Ethan Klein debate. I don't know what's most entertaining. I feel like stream sniping would be the most profitable just because it's about the current drama and we could pick it apart. The Vanguard, I guess I could just type that in, see if it pops. So they're in the scheme of things, they're small beans, but they got 100K subs, which is more than respectable. They have good ratios for viewership, 60K, 33K, 26K, 16K, 26, 60. Basically, if you get 10% of your sub viewership, I view that as a healthy channel. So this is a healthy channel. And then my question is, they're called the Vanguard. Are they MLs? That's my question. Because if Josiah and Pisco are playing footsie with Marxist-Leninists, then they should know enough about Marxist-Leninism to be able to criticize it aggressively. And if the Marxist-Leninists are coming on and being like, the Democrats are too weak, then they should be able to say like, yes, the Democrats are too weak, but this is the direction we want to take it, not the direction that you think. Right? We'll do more Vanguard research later.
I tweeted my complaints about it. Like, I'm just complaining about Canon specs. And this person in the comments shows up, why aren't you building the revolution? I feel like you and Hasan could.
Sacred Snow says, did you see the new Voss drama? He knowingly messaged a minor. Yeah, but it was also like, what, 2017, 2018? And by the way, I'm pretty sure the message is like, when you're 18, we can sext together. Lol, which is definitely like weird groomer shit, 100%. But dude, basically, if you're like a far leftist, I assume you're a sexual fucking degenerate freak.
pool your resources and viewers together. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm a guy with a laptop and internet connection and some opinions. What do you want me to do? Like
I want you to take your fucking millions of dollars, and if you actually believe in the cause, quote unquote, then I want you to alleviate some of the suffering of the working class of the United States of America. Otherwise, you're a fucking grifter. That's my opinion on it. What do you want me to do? I want you to put your fucking money where your mouth is. That's what I want you to do.
join an organization, join CPUSA, PSL, FRSO, whatever you want to do. Don't look to the talking heads on YouTube or Twitch or whatever to be.
Classic leftist tactic, by the way. Don't look to me to do anything. This is like Noah Samson volunteering his audience to commit terrorism on behalf of Palestine, where he's like, protesting isn't working. It's time for direct action. We're geographically close to the military-industrial complex and politicians that are perpetuating this genocide. And then it's like, so Noah Samson, you're encouraging your audience to commit acts of terrorism and murder. Will you yourself do it? And then he's like, I'm just a small bean. I'm just a talking head. Fuck you, you fucking cowards.
The leaders of this Vanguard. That's just, it's bizarre.
Yeah. How about that? How about Noah Samson? How about I add that as a Hasan orbiter, because he's a fucking Hasan orbiter too. Frogan 9/11 cake. Noah Samson encouraging domestic terrorism before deleting it. Yeah, what a fucking pussy, by the way. So, like, it was probably terms of service, so he needed to delete it, but he should have come out immediately afterwards and been like, listen, I deleted it because of terms of service, but I meant what I said. Protesting isn't working. The Gazan genocide is ongoing right now. We are physically close to these people, and we need to make them uncomfortable. So while I will never avow criminal behavior, I do stand by what I said. Boom. And then everybody pretty much knows where you stand. You're a fucking domestic terrorist. You're just too much of a pussy to do it yourself. Melody says, Connor, Josiah admitted yesterday that he has only seen 2 clips of Hasan and nothing else. Okay. So it's the crime of ignorance, but I don't think it's purposeful, but okay. But now, after tonight's debate, America deserved 9/11. Hezbollah has the best flag. Interviewing Timothy Chalamet and backing him. 10 toes down, supporting the Red Sea crisis, which includes attacking random commercial vessels. Sweeping for Nasrallah, who I should probably Google who Nasrallah is. Talking about how one of our American veteran congressmen deserved to be eye-hole fucked. Doing rape apologia for the October 7, 2023 attacks, which I did research on that. I could document that super hard. At least the rich kids aren't raping working class kids. That was another awesome moment from Hasan Piker. Let the streets run with capitalist blood. Re-education camps. Sweeping for the closing of Xinjiang concentration camps, and that it's currently the tourism hour, where he didn't read the article where the thought police are currently minding anyone who goes to Xinjiang with threats of incarceration. Lied about the Jews fleeing Iraq being able to return and the bombings that caused them to flee. Annexation of Crimea by Crimea River. Frogan's 9/11 cake, who's an orbiter where he's like, it's just a joke, it's just a joke. And then Noah Samson encouraging domestic terrorism before deleting it. You can't be ignorant after tonight. If you want to be like, oh, he's just a small bean, I don't know what he says, lol. Okay, after tonight, you're not going to be able to say that. So you're going to have to say, this is all acceptable discourse, or you're going to have to say, yeah, that's pretty fucking extreme. And while I will accept Hasan Piker voting for the same candidates I vote for, I think he's a fucking piece of shit. So, yeah.
Favorite is when someone who thinks that they're like social democrat even, but like
Shlomo Bio says, yes, those successful fail sons. I know it's ironic. That I'm calling them fail sons because they're Nepo babies from the rich dads. But if my son was a fucking 40-year-old streamer who banged prostitutes and had no desires to have kids, that's a failure. That's a fucking failure, dude. You don't have to agree with me on this at all. If you're a fucking childless 40-year-old Nepo baby streamer with the emotional maturity of a fucking 15-year-old, I don't want that for my kids. I'll tell you that.
Like, really, they're just fucking neoliberal. Will come and be like, Hasan, why don't you start a super PAC?
Yeah.
To like bring
Hasan, why don't you not only volunteer the money of your audience to alleviate human suffering, but you take a substantive amount of your ad revenue from your VODs and you use that to alleviate the suffering of the working class? You fucking, I want to say the F slur so bad. You fucking loser. You fucking degenerate. You fucking grifter. You fucking piece of shit. How about that? How about you made $2.3 million in 2018 or 2019? How about, you paid your taxes, and Californian taxes are high. So he paid 40% to the fucking federal government, 37%. He probably paid another 10 or 15% to the state of California. So he walked away with $1.1 million. So how about out of the $1.1 million, because that's net, that's the revenue that you've received after your costs, go ahead and pay your costs. So let's say you have another $250,000 in editor's costs and all that bullshit. So you're sitting on $750K. Take $70K of your cash, not your audience's cash. Take $70K of your cash, like the fucking, what do you call it? What's the Islamic tax? I forget what it's called. Google Islamic tax. It's not the jizya. That's for non-Muslims. What's the Islamic tithe? Christianity calls it a tithe. Zakat. Take 10%, create a secular zakat, and pay your secular zakat towards alleviating the suffering of the working class. You fucking piece of shit.
about socialism in America. And I'm like, brother, I don't think a single billionaire could even do that.
Yeah.
And that motherfucker has billions and so much power.
I can't do anything. I'm such a small bean.
Because for every billionaire that would be like, I want to bring about my own demise and destroy the way that I've been able to.
Pisco is not stupid, by the way. He's just wrong.
Accumulate capital, right? For every billionaire that would even hypothetically do that, which would never happen, is laughable. There are, hundreds of billionaires that are like, abso-fucking-lutely not. We're going to murder you for even attempting this. It's a laughable notion. Again, it's like straight up trying to adopt the most liberal aesthetics or the most liberal solution.
Well, QC John says, what's the reason for pointing out English speaking? It's because they think the revolution is going to happen in non-English speaking countries, and they're trying to decenter the empire. English speaking is the imperial core. So the revolution should come from outside the empire and then cast the empire down.
Solutions and completely misunderstanding how any of this stuff works.
The wildest fucking thing I watched randomly. I usually watch the clips. I rarely watch the live because time zones and shit. But some debate with some dude, I don't even know his fucking name, but he's big or some shit. And this guy unironically was proposing that if you're a socialist and you're doing this content and you're generating money off of this content, and for example you want people to have free healthcare, you're supposed to create a company or an NGO and provide healthcare for your fucking chat or your subscribers.
Yeah.
That was absolutely incredible. I fucking love that shit. That was a proper
it was
great
awesome,
thing to watch.
but so many people feel that. So many people believe that.
You think so?
Yes. In America, people literally think socialism is a poverty cult. People straight up think if you're a socialist, you need to literally live.
No. Okay. As an example, I have enough income to pay my bills. Okay. And what I want to do is, let's say I was making $100,000. My annual bills are in order to run my life. I'm just going to be very transparent. In order to run my life, I need $72,000 net. Okay. I cost about $6,000 a month because I got a mortgage, I got kids, I got a car, I got insurance. I need to pay my own health insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So I need $72,000 a year cash. Okay. So let's say that I make more than 100. Now, a substantive amount of that is going to go to taxes, another 10 to 20% is going to go to taxes. And let's be real, I'm going to buy some stupid shit. I'm going to buy a few guns. I'm going to buy a 3D printer, et cetera, et cetera. But if I make $100,000, and let's just say that I make like $100,000 net. I think it's reasonable for people to ask you, if you're very passionate about social reform, to take 10% of your revenue and your net, and then put it towards the things that you spend all day, every day talking about. I think that's a reasonable thing for your audience to ask about. So is Hasan going to be able to single-handedly change the world through his little fucking corner of the internet? No. But could he pay off like some medical debt for some of his audience members? Could he take 10% of his fucking audience's shit and then pay it off? Yes, he could. And I do think he's a worse person for not doing it. All right. And then people are going to be like, well, why don't you call out Destiny for that? It's because Destiny's a fucking neo-lib. He just thinks that you guys need to pull yourselves up by the bootstraps. The economy isn't that bad, guys. I don't know if you heard Destiny say that the other day. He said the economy's not that bad. Stop being such a pussy. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's fine. My wife just bought me breakfast tacos, so I'm going to mute myself while I listen to this. Devil says, listen in on the Hutch Kyla combo. They're both intelligent. We'll be able to do the President and the Steelman. Let's make sure that we check in with them. Let's see if they're live, because I know that these people are going to fucking piss me off.
To your point,
not them, Hutch and Kyla. We're probably going to stream snipe this. Yeah, sure. We'll stream snipe in a second. Officer Chad said, Big Dog, heard you talk about the 3 types of conservatism. Want to understand more about Burkean conservatism? Good info. Ask me when we're not doing content. I'll literally go through it with you. Ask me at the end of the stream. I know you might not be around, but if you're around, ask me. All right. Anyways.
This life of austerity, and every single dollar that you generate cannot go to like any kind of personal consumption, because that's fucked up. If you're a capitalist, you can do all of that, by the way, which I addressed in that conversation where like, I work with labor unions in my merchandise when I make merch out here, union manufactured, domestically manufactured products. It's already a burden. I don't want to even fucking do it. I just do it because like people want the merchandise. The margins are, non-existent almost, but it's fine. People like it. So that's why I do it. But the guy I'm talking to is like using Indonesian child labor t-shirts that he's marking up to the same price that I'm selling my fucking t-shirts at. And I turned around and I asked him that question. And he was like, well, I'm a capitalist,
Yeah, I get to do it.
Yeah, no, it's a ridiculous point to try to basically to say that, hey, you shouldn't be allowed any enjoyment under capitalism because those are.
Yeah, nobody's saying that. I'm not gonna say the same talking points. Let's stream snipe Kyla and Hutch. So JL for $10 says, hey Connor, if I become a member here, you won't see me call you stupid on Valor. What do? Just kidding. Don't freak out. I won't. Call me stupid wherever you want to call me stupid, as long as you're doing it through a super chat, okay? Why is this the background? Why is it a grizzly bear dancing in front of Anna Kasparian's closed eyes face?
one of these. Yeah.
The webcam.
All right. I love both of these people. I'm going to try to minimally criticize whatever's going on. I'm not going to attack them as people, unless they say something incredibly stupid. I'm not going to attack them as people. But this is relevant to the debate because Hutch kind of kicked this drama off by fighting his co-hosts, and Erudite backed up Steven's perspective on Twitter. So it might be an agree fest, but they might have nuances or details or arguments that are going to be worth it for tonight. It's also happening. And let's be real, the live viewers have a tendency towards like a bias for action. They kind of like what's going on now, not what's going on a year ago. So we'll watch this. If it's cool, we'll watch as much of it as possible. If it's cringe, then we'll move on to Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker from like October 8th, 2023.
Let's deactivate that with the knot. Are you an equestrian? Do you ride horses?
I'm a big time equestrian, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Got three horses.
All right, let's get past intros.
A little warm about like 5 or 10 minutes into this horse walk, and
Okay, past intros.
to talk about the newest round of discourse.
Yeah. Here we
Why
go.
don't you give me the TLDR on it? That way me and all of chat is fully caught up.
Well, I don't even know if I know the full TLDR. So I think so. Okay, so what happened was, like, I feel like there's been like 2 or 3 weeks of discourse about kind of reconciling the different factions within like the Democratic Party left. Not just the party, but like the people who vote for the Democratic Party. And so there's been a kind of discussion about whether or not we should like actively eject people like Hasan, and or should we like actually court them. I'm in kind of like a middle ground position.
Yeah, you don't need to actively reject him. You just need to say he's a fucking piece of shit. We'll take his vote, but besides that, he's an asshole.
Where, like, I don't think we should spend any time courting them, but I'm not going to actively like chase them away, because he does vote for Democrats, and I think probably most of us audience votes for Democrats. And in the context of this discussion, there's been some tension between Pisco and Destiny about like this entire topic. But one of the ways to explore the topic was to pose the hypothetical of, who would you vote for? And I think it hadn't happened in a conversation between Pisco and somebody that I'm not familiar with. So Pisco was having a conversation with somebody a couple days ago, and the person asked Pisco, or Pisco asked the person, if it was a choice between Trump or Hasan, who would you vote for? And then I think that
Kirk and Hasan.
I think it turned into Kirk and Hasan. I think is what it ended up turning into. And then you weighed in, and I think you sort of sharpened the hypothetical. And
True. S for $5 says, these people are the stereotypical revolutionary college slacktivists you see in your movies. Laugh my ass off. In case I divide this up into segments, he's referring to Hakeem, Second Thought, and Hasan Piker. True.
In a way that it needs to be, because we are really having two different conversations if we're talking about Hasan or Kirk with like dictatorial powers, or Hasan and Kirk in the current system constrained by the Constitution. And you, I won't speak for you. Like, you had sort of two different answers for those hypotheticals. So why don't you speak to that?
Yeah, I basically kind of posed it of like, I split it into based on like some of the reactions that I was seeing on the screenshots that even like Pisco had posted, right? Which is like, a lot of people would respond and say, it's obviously Hasan in the current pragmatic political situation. And it's like, I think the tough part is that when you ask that question, I think it's reasonable to think that we're talking like at a pragmatic of like in this world. But a lot of people take that question to mean like principally, like who would be worst, assuming obviously that they were an effective choice, right? Because if you have two choices and one of the choices are like, this choice will be nerfed and can't politically do anything because they'll be ineffective, or this other group that we disagree with who will be politically effective, it's like every time you should always pick the nerf, no matter who's being nerfed. If Charlie Kirk was in a nerf position, you should always pick that, because the people we disagree with, we should choose if they're going to be ineffective.
True. The question is, who's ideologically worse? That's why I identified the difference between ideologically and electorally multiple times in my conversation with Pisco.
Yeah.
That I feel like it's somewhat sidestepping the purpose of the question. Maybe not the purpose of what Pisco's.
True. Unfortunately, these people are so smart, they might be very dry. So I'm going to give it like another minute. But to be honest, I think the more fire content is going to be Ethan Klein versus Hasan on October 8th. So Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, October 7th debate. Hasan defends leftists celebrating Hamas. We don't want the 2 months ago. We don't want this. We want the one from like 3 years ago. What's the one from 3 years ago? I don't want it explained. How do I find the Israel one? This could be it. That's like a year ago. I kind of wanted the live one because the live one looked crazy. But I think that top one might be good. Because I think this is the one where, like, Ethan Klein is trying to appeal to his humanity and it's just not working at all. H3. Are you guys good with that? I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'm gonna go with that. Why not? This might actually be a little bit more sad or depressing, but we're already 2 hours into it. Does anybody know? Okay. H3 podcast, Hasan, Ethan, Israel. There was one where they were sitting next to each other that looked fucking crazy. It's this one, but what is this from?
Wait, it says you were born in New Jersey? That's slander.
No, that's real.
You were born in New Jersey?
What? Where's the one where they're sitting next to each other? Can anybody help me out? Can anybody like Discord DM me or something? DM me on Discord or DM me on Twitter. I'm going to start this while I wait for somebody to send me the Discord DM with that one. This should be a debate specifically about Israel-Palestine, but I want the one where they're in person together because I think it's harder to be mean to somebody in person.
You donated to the Palestinian relief fund as well, and we got notice.
Oh, it's the leftovers. It's the last leftovers podcast. Okay, that should be easy to find, right? In chronological order. What? Where's the... What the fuck? God damn it. Why did they make this so fucking hard, man? Okay, here's leftovers. 60 episodes. So we should just go to the 60 episode, right? Thank you. Is it 58?
One. I did see one tweet, and now I'm piecing this together. I saw like maybe 10 people at like some fucking college football game doing it, and I guess now I know who's responsible for it.
The new American pastime.
Yeah, this is a.
Or I got to focus on this guy. He's so serious. .com/leftovers. That's GE.
Giving money to it.
An Indiegogo.
But used in scale.
Sorry if it seems like I'm clicking around, but it's because I think they didn't delete it, did they?
I don't want to like paywall anything in that respect.
That's pretty impressive that you're able to garner so many subscribers without
1,000 all the way to now like consistently 60,000, and in certain instances like
Bruh, why is this so hard to find? It's at the top of the playlist. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh shit.
UN officials have died so far.
Cool. Thank you. All right, I think we're good.
You can, describe your position, then we is the value.
Thank you.
That you are trying to show people. If you're saying like, I care about people dying, I don't want them to die, I want people to live freely, and then you simultaneously try to have discussions almost entirely around commentators and Twitter spats and whatnot. I feel like that is unproductive.
Right. And actually, people are doing that to both of us.
Yes.
Frankly. In fact, so much so, there's this one video that I saw on our subreddit, and I see it on Twitter too. It's getting a lot of likes and views. It's so fucking bananas. I
have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hasan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see it.
Jesus.
No, look at the title of
crazy.
it. It goes, debate. Ethan Klein tells his former co-host Hasan Piker he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Die! And by the way, we got a community note on it.
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views, though. But anyway,
but that goes to
people
show
are
you
doing that too on my. The one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is like trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly cut. And I've seen people doing the same to you.
Here's why they're doing that. Okay, here's why they're doing that to you specifically. Because you're Jewish, you lived in Israel, and Ela was, of course, a mandatory conscript, also being an Israeli citizen. So people don't know what your perspective is and immediately say, okay, you want all Palestinians to die. You want Israel to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and ethnically displace in the West Bank. I don't believe that that's your perspective. And I've never.
It? It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just
saying
to be
that
totally
like,
clear about that.
yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well, because a lot of people, despite the fact that I know that I have to be on a very delicate, tight rope when discussing these matters, because it does often get racialized fairly quickly, and it's done as a deliberate attempt to try to misconstrue your position and debate a straw man. I think that you can, describe your position, then we can go forward.
Well, another thing to know. No, it is incredible how many people want this show to break up. Like they're fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And I find that odd.
No, it's what I just described
I know,
earlier.
I know,
It's drama.
like,
there's no way to contextualize the news because news is fucking boring and oftentimes it's depressing. Right? When you see dead babies, when you see fucking building blocks being reduced to rubble, that shit is usually impossible to contextualize if you're living in like fucking Connecticut. You know what I mean? And two, it's depressing and boring. What's not boring is, well, this is my favorite commentator duking it out with my favorite commentator in a way that I can actually analyze, in a way that I can actually understand. And I'm going to go to battle.
Oh, by the way, chat is off. You fucking savages in chat. Got to pipe
Chat
down
is
today.
right.
It's time to sit down and listen, right?
Sit
Dan?
down and listen.
So here, I won't interrupt you. I think it's good to clarify your position.
Let me clarify. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh shit, have I been muted this whole time? No doubt you will get popular time to build the center coalition. Good.
Clarify your position on Israel and Palestine in general.
Well, first of all, just to talk about this clip that I guess some people have seen, I made an analogy. You might not disagree with it. My point was that, you know what, I don't need to explain that. Do I?
I don't know what the clip is, but I care more about you getting your point across as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. Like,
here's what I'll say. And I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, you know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel. Okay? Listen. This isn't the first time I've said it. And I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18. So when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead like 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that like, as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was like a year old.
I don't think Ethan's faking right there. I think it actually fucks him up. It fucks me up, man. When I see dead kids who are fucking smoked in the Gazan thing, I sympathize with them as human beings, obviously. But looking at it from a political perspective, Israel is not just going to open its borders and let all the Gazans and let all the West Bankers have a one-state solution that's majority Palestinian and have the Israeli state evaporate. The West Bankers and the Palestinians don't want to give up their territory. So it seems pretty obvious to me that the only thing that's good is a two-state solution with a fuckload of development. And every time the Arab Palestinians try to fight and try to win the whole, from the river to the sea, they get their shit kicked in. So what do you want me to do about it? Make two states. Hedon says, hey, Connor, have you made the Star Wars channel yet? I'm super interested in watching you give your take on a different Star Wars topics. Not yet. Not yet. We have a lot of the content already pre-shot. My editor is working on it, and the tentative start date is August 1st.
And he was like patting her on the back and saying like his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something.
Ooh, Sacred Snow has a good idea. You need 2 monitors for chat, 1 to go in chronological order for responses, and 1 to keep up to date with chat. That's actually a half decent idea. I'll think about that. I might get a 3rd one. Muted points. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot, right? What kind of streamer eats breakfast tacos and then leaves themselves muted at the afterwards? What a fucking idiot.
I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but like, I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up. And I hate to see it. It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't even make sense. Like, what's the end goal there exactly?
I wanna cut in here for a second, and while you recollect your thoughts and say something. The feelings that you are demonstrating here, and the empathy that you're demonstrating and showing.
Well, I'm unmuted now. $20. You're muted, bud. Thank you for donating $20 just to tell me that I'm a fucking idiot. I appreciate it.
Going towards Palestinians is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media. And I think that the irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas, the reaction from the Israeli population, specifically,
Okay, you've been muted for the last 3 times you spoke. Yo, I need to do this, like, once every couple of months. I just need to start stream and just start talking on mute, so I incentivize all the donations to be like, you're muted, you're muted, you're muted, you fucking idiot. What a classic.
Anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish, and even Zionists living in Israel, was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that
I love how I'm watching these guys like cry. I'm gonna fast forward 5 minutes. I like how they're like crying and they're like, we understand each other, we love each other. I'm really sympathetic with the plight of the Palestinians. I want dignity and justice for the Palestinians. And all that's going on is I'm scrolling frenetically through chat, trying to find where you guys stop talking about the muting.
what the fuck are we supposed to do? There's no Hamas.
And Rob says, we should do a potluck. For sure, bro. For sure.
In the West Bank, and yet the Palestinian Authority is like collaborating with Israeli security operations, giving up 14-year-olds that were throwing rocks and shit like that, while they're losing their land, they're losing their homes. The area, according to B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, the area of West Bank of all of the agricultural land and all of the partitioned off lands that have been expanded into through settler terrorism, which is completely illegal, went from like 10%.
Okay. Razzle says, Connor, you were muted when you were answering my question about Pixie Aaron and Pisco Steven. Would still love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, sorry. I'm a fucking idiot. My apologies. I think that Pisco is a good enough debater that he will not need to resort to a low blow. What might happen is that Steven will bring up Aaron in reference to him palling around with a tanky while having no fucking idea like how ultimately nefarious those views are. And then Pisco might do a low blow from there. But Pisco is a strong enough debater that he doesn't need to do that. He doesn't need to go, oh, well, you're currently under litigation for allegedly leaking sex videos. What about that? Like, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, all right? Steven could be the best person in the world. He could be the worst person in the world. That has nothing to do with the arguments. So the only way that I expect that to come up from a sex is if it gets super personal. That's the only way that I expect it to go that way.
In 1967 to more than 75%. The areas that are partitioned off also have no contiguity, which means that, like,
true.
If you are Palestinian living in your own home in the West Bank, in order to get to your uncle's,
you might be surrounded by Jews. Yep.
House, for example, you have to go through a multitude of IDF checkpoints. There are 2 separate license plates given to Palestinians living in the West Bank versus Israelis living in the West Bank. And I think many brave and very intelligent and very empathetic.
TXYNC says, can you do the worm if the girls start fighting? Yeah, absolutely. I actually finally caught up with chat. JS says, Aaron is the one that stabbed Pixie in the back and leaked to President Sunday, so I don't think Pisco will want to go near that topic. Well, I mean, we could still, but we can talk about the ideologies, right? Like, if you're a liberal or you're progressive, but you're not a socialist and you're not a communist, why are you doing a collaborative podcast, Her Take with the Tanky? Now, that being said, I don't hate on that. I like Aaron. I think Aaron's super fucking smart. But I DM'd Aaron saying, like, hey, let's talk about why you're a fucking communist. She was like, cool. And then we didn't pick a date. So we need to follow up and pick a date. But I think that's where the guilt by association, it works. If Econo Boy is a socialist, if Pisco and Josiah are progressive liberals, but then if Pisco is best friends with a Tanky, and then if they all sweep for Hasan and Frogan and Mike from PA and Denims, and I'm trying to think of the other ones. But basically, if they're like, oh, don't worry about them, they're just crazy. They just say crazy things every now and then. They're not that big of a deal. MAGA is super bad. It's like, we can agree on MAGA being super bad. Let's not sweep for pieces of shit on the far left. Okay? That's the main point. Main point is don't sweep for pieces of shit. Would you ever do a mass debate on camera a la Jubilee? Of course. West Coast says Pisco either nitpicks terms or argues in that pointless legalese style. Yeah, maybe. Or a question that requires development and he asks you to answer yes or no. Yeah. He's like, yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? I love that. Yeah. All right. My mother made me chocolate chip cookies. So I love my mom a lot. So I'm going to go get a water refill. I'm going to use the restroom and I'm going to grab several chocolate chip cookies and it's going to be amazing. So you are going to have to enjoy Hasan Piker. My foot is asleep, so you might literally watch me fall over as I stand up. But enjoy Hasan Piker and Ethan Klein ripping their hearts out in front of each other in order to continue to be sympathetic about each other in reference to Israel-Palestine. I'm trying to get to the point where Hasan is just sociopathic and uses the material conditions of Gaza in order to justify mass slaughter of civilians. That's what I'm here for. I don't know when it's going to come, you know? So, yeah. Sacred Snow says Connor 1 verse 20 ending it in a brawl. Hell yeah, dude. We should do Jubilee. Sorry. We should do Jubilee 1 versus 20, whatever they call that show, but then it should end in like a gauntlet where like the one guy has to fight all 20 people in a row, where like each person gets 2 minutes to beat the shit out of the person in the center and you just get to fight. Multicultural James says, hello, how are you doing? I hope your Tuesday's all right. It's going great. It's going great. Lots of donations, lots of fire content. Wick says, you ready for tonight, King? I am. I'm excited. I'm excited. You should lift after you eat those cookies. Yeah, probably. Soul says $100, says he uses the yes no tactic. I don't want to lose that one. Sacred Snow says it's the meme where one guy slaps everyone at the barbecue. Yeah, that's what I want to do. All right, I'm gonna go get some chocolate chip cookies and use the bathroom and get some water. I will be right back. I parasocially love you. Don't go anywhere.
Jewish activists have talked about this in far better terms than I have, but one that comes to mind immediately is Gabor Mate, a Holocaust survivor and a very famous physician, very famous doctor, where he said it best: He said he has friends that live in America and Palestinians that live in Canada that cannot return to their homes in the West Bank, that cannot return to their homes in even Israel proper, their family homes. And yet his friends, if regardless of whether or not they've ever lived in Israel, or regardless of whether or not where they're from around the world, can go to Israel and go specifically to West Bank and be able to sit on top of Palestinian land and own that land. That is horrifying. That is impossible to come to terms with. And I think that violence is a necessity in the maintenance of such a structure, which now many NGOs and even former Israeli officials are considering is an apartheid. And it has been for some time now. And of course, that violence is going to, that Palestinians endure on a daily basis is going to create more reactionary forces within it. This is something that I have said about the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq. And this is something that I even said about Russia invading Ukraine, is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when an irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is the second part of the brutality of the occupation that has made it seem as though Palestinians have no choice, that has created no opportunities for them, that has led to Hamas being able to seize more and more power.
I want Hasan to be fucking psychotic. Where is it?
After being democratically elected one time in 2006, pretty much.
Right. And I do want to make clear that, again, as we talk about settlers and all this shit, that settlers are not the same as regular Israeli civilians. And I think
He's gaslit. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's gaslit Ethan Klein to the point that he's like, yeah, settlers aren't the same as regular Israeli civilians, which I agree with, by the way. But what do you mean? What can you do to Israeli settlers, Ethan Klein? What can you do to them because they're not like other civilians?
you know, having been
Yeah,
listening,
they're American.
actually, a lot of them are American.
Yeah,
Weird.
They're from Brooklyn, lol.
they are the most.
Yeah.
They are. My friend Noah Colwyn calls this the zealotry of the convert, where he. I was talking to him yesterday. He's a former editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents. I think he was editor-in-chief. He still is a contributing editor. We were talking about like the most reactionary, the most violent activity often comes from the likes of Baruch Goldstein, right? An American Israeli who went in I believe 1993 into a mosque and shot and killed 29 Palestinians who were praying during prayer. A person that was hailed as a hero by the current administrator of the Jew Zealot for $5 says, panel side quest, I'll donate $1 for every grilling analogy or reference and another $5 if they whine about said analogies. Based. The entirety of the Israeli police force, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are incredibly far-right politicians that now control the Israeli government. The last time that there was any kind of negotiation between Palestinians in good faith, between a person who was still a Zionist, like Yitzhak Rabin, they killed him. And the people that called for his assassination, like Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power in Israel to show you how much the attitudes and the governance has changed over the course of the past 3 decades in Israel.
I'll match if you only refer to Pisco as Crisco. No, bro, there's too much fat shaming, okay? Too much fat shaming in this space. All right? There's a little bit of love. I got a little bit extra to love, all right? We don't need to be making fat jokes.
I want to say that I agree, and a lot of people in Israel do. It's disgusting. The people that are there right now in power.
Dude, is this
And
just a
if I can
struggle
ask-
session, though? Is that what this is?
Terrible.
I'm gonna fast forward a bit because honestly, like, I don't just want to watch like a sad struggle session between two Jews and a fucking Arab. That's gonna be depressing as fuck.
Terrorism is bad, no matter what, without an exception, without subtext. No, listen, without a fucking asterisk that's like, yeah, but, you know, I mean, what the fuck, man?
No, I understand where you're coming from with that. I think
and I'm not
Giannis
saying you do it.
Giannis-
Yeah, Chubby Points doesn't want to fat shame. Exactly.
Giannis Varoufakis talked about this, where he said there was a practice in the ANC in apartheid South Africa that was called necklacing. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but it was brutal. The
Necklacing apologia. Let's go.
ANC originally under leadership of Nelson Mandela demonstrated peacefully multiple times. There was a police retaliation in apartheid South Africa where 69 demonstrators died. Obviously, the conditions were brutal. They had this concept called a pencil test. You know what I mean? Like where they would put a pencil in your hair to see if you were how non-white you were. If the pencil stuck, you were considered non-white, not allowed.
Damn, that's racist as fuck.
To go into certain places. Now, all of that was violent. The maintenance of that was violent. When all was said and done, Nelson Mandela realized that
Well, QC John says, my wife told me I need to get in shape, lift, and get a hot six-pack. I reminded her that I do 12-ounce curls, round as a shape, and I have a cold case. I'm on a seafood diet. I see food, I eat it. Dude, that could have been a direct quote from my dad. He doesn't drink as much, but he makes all those jokes.
A violent reaction was demanded from the people on the ground, demanded from the emancipatory forces, demanded from the 90% black people that comprised the South African population. He was jailed. He went to Algeria first. He went to Ethiopia. He talked to revolutionaries.
Wait, we're not going to sweep for the necklacing? Why did we mention it then?
He talked to Marxists. He came back to Africa. He was immediately South Africa. He was jailed. Time and time again, the government demanded that he denounce the violence. He said, how can I talk to you on equal conditions when I am chained? How can you put my freedom as a talking point, as a way to get me to denounce violence when you have made no efforts you've made no conciliatory efforts. You've made no efforts in understanding the position of people that you have subjugated.
So we had to necklace people because apartheid South Africa was evil. And by the way, the ANC killed like 200 people over a decade. This is in the wake of Hamas killing 1,200 people in a single day. And we had, like, you don't get it. We had to shoot children in the face. We had to shoot women in the face. You weren't listening to us. So, you know, you were treating us poorly. So we had to shoot women and children in the face. Got it. Good one, Hasan.
That you have forced to exist in these apartheid conditions. At the end of the day, nobody remembers the violence of the ANC forces.
I mean, I do.
Because the violence of the apartheid regime was all too great, was significant, was more significant than the violence that the horrifying violence, even those that, of course, civilians were subjected to. Because if I were to ask you today, what's worse, the violence towards the civilians in apartheid South Africa or the violence of the apartheid regime, you would say the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians?
Pushback. Let's go. Black Rainbow says, I don't know the historical context, but what Israel doing is currently disgusting. True. Black Rainbow. I can hold multiple perspectives in my brain at once, which is that Israel should stop the starvation tactics in Gaza. They should make sure that everybody in Gaza has enough food in order to survive. They should start rebuilding Gaza piece by piece, 5%, 10% at a time. And they should vet Gazans and move them back in. It doesn't seem like they're doing that. It seems like they're trying to create conditions under which they can ethnically cleanse. So I think the ethnic cleansing is evil. I think the starvation is evil. I think the fucking the Knesset just voted on a non-binding resolution in order to annex the West Bank. I also think that's evil. So I think all of this shit's evil. However, just because I think that Israel is being evil doesn't mean that I'm going to justify shooting children in the face intentionally. I'm not going to justify shooting and stabbing and raping women or decapitation. Okay? You can achieve the same goals, which is walking in with an AK-47, fighting security forces, proving that the Hamas and all them can stand toe-to-toe with the IDF. You can fight asymmetric warfare, and you can do all that shit without fucking raping and murdering civilians intentionally, right? The damage done on October 7, 2023 wasn't collateral damage because Hamas and Israel were having a gunfight. It was Hamas militants seeing Israeli civilians and being like, lol, and fucking mowing them down. Avoid says, it's crazy that he's having a combo with this after October 7th. Also remember when a bunch of motherfuckers were posting Free Palestine the same day? Yeah. As I'm watching a dude get his like head chopped off with a fucking garden implement, people are like, this is the voices of the unheard. And it's like, well, they're making it pretty clear. Starkogi says, what Russia is doing is actual ethnic cleansing. Israel has Arabs integrated into society with positions of power. How are these remotely the same? Well, you know, because they shouldn't be shitty to Gazans and West Bankers. Does she make you cookies or are they the grandkids? Technically, they're for the grandkids, but let's be real. I'm going to eat them. Devil says, if the Israel wanted to keep the horseshit going, they need to man up and commit their forces to moving through and clearing the tunnel network. Probably. Kay says, Israel's not preventing aid. The UN has been sitting on aid. It's more complicated than you were making it out to be. Okay, well, let's try to uncomplicate it as quickly as possible. Starhawk says, Israel agreed to daily pause in combat to allow aid to enter Gaza. Okay. Well, let's try to minimally starve people as maximally as possible. Have they started building back areas of Gaza? Or are they planning on ethnically cleansing the territory? How many starvation deaths do you think are happening in Gaza? I don't know, like a dozen a day. That's what I've seen so far. Neil Can says, what's your other favorite fantasy sci-fi? Expanse. I love Expanse. I love the TV show and the video game, upcoming video game, more than I like the books, but that's okay.
I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but in Algeria, no, they did
South
some brutal
Africa?
stuff. Yeah.
No, they killed 200 people over the course of a decade, you fucking idiot. Hamas killed 6 times that amount in a single day, you tool bag.
Apartheid. So
Yes.
hold up, how many? Well, I mean, not that it fucking
No,
matters.
but like, yeah, exactly. But the conversation is important to analyze from that perspective, because people that are forced into a corner that see no other way out are going to do this, and and if you don't make any concessions, if you treat these.
Randy Chang says, I once asked someone if I should watch The Expanse, and they said, just read the books. I think the opposite. I read the first book, and it had some leaps in logic that pissed me the fuck off, so I stopped reading, and I watched the TV show, and I love the TV show.
Secular Palestinian Authority like they're garbage, and then use them as a part of your security, your surveillance state, and have them be seen as collaborators with the Israeli government that is currently imprisoning and defending the settlers, like you said, the fundamentalist religious freaks in the West Bank. Then of course Palestinians that are going to be like, well, what the fuck? Well, this is our 2-state solution. This is our peaceful coexistence. That like we're losing our homes. We're getting bullied in our own neighborhoods. We have dudes from Brooklyn and Long Island coming in and being like, this is my house now. Like, if you see that as your peaceful coexistence as a pathway forward, you are inevitably radicalizing people to react to that in more and more violent ways. And
Listen, guys, it's just the material conditions. Hamas had to shoot those women in the face because of the material conditions.
That is entirely in the hands of the Israeli government to scale back, regardless of how Israeli people feel about the matter, whether they are understandably paranoid and understandably scared or not. I mean, remember, the first Intifada was rocks. The second one was bombs, like suicide vests and suicide bombs in public transit.
Yeah, when was the first Intifada? (1987). Yeah, okay, but you had the wars of 48, 56, 67, 73, 87, I think 82 as well. So, yeah, there was plenty of violence before this.
It has escalated throughout years as the Israeli occupation has gotten worse and worse. And this is a reality that even former Israeli officials recognize and reckon with and ask for change on. You know what I mean?
100%. Dude, I understand everything you're saying.
Do you? Do you think that like so for me, okay, I can understand the geopolitical situation. I can understand why Palestinians attack Israelis. I can understand that Israelis are keeping Palestinians under a pressure cooker. I still don't think that you shoot women and children in the fucking face, right? And you don't shoot unarmed men in the fucking face. If they're armed, you shoot them in the fucking face. If they're unarmed, you detain them and you return them over to the enemy force as soon as possible. Right? That's how America does it. That's how Europeans do it. That's how we fucking do it. In a modern context, you try to shoot as many women and children in the face as minimally as possible. Like, you're going to shoot some of them in the face, but, just like, try not to, right?
Like, people forget, like, in the 90s, there was at least some form of freedom of travel between Israel proper, West Bank, and Gaza. There were no...
Right, except for you mentioned the second Intifada. When was the second Intifada? Second Intifada. So in the 90s, there was freedom of travel. Yeah, but starting in 2000, random people started sitting on fucking buses and blowing themselves the fuck up. 1,000 civilians, right? So 3,000 dead Palestinians. So 3,000 killed by Israeli troops. 400 killed by other Palestinians, 34 killed by Israeli civilians. Okay, so that triple the amount were killed on the Palestinian side. However, 1,000 Israelis, 300 troops, and 800 civilians were fucking suicide bombed. You're saying, so is he the fucking Sadiq Khan quote where it's like, terrorism is just part and parcel of living in a big city? Is that how you expect the rest of the world to fucking live, you tool? What are you talking about?
The border walls and the freedom of movement, freedom of travel was not stopped. It was not restricted. And look
90s,
where we're at now. What's up?
In the 90s, I feel like there were a lot more talks of peace that seemed actually close. Like, it didn't seem that impossible back then, from what I remember.
Yeah, and then
conservatism says, an interesting point about the psychology of warfare, sanitizing war is a moral hazard. You keep talking in a one-sided way about people getting shot in the face while ignoring the other side is bombing and starving innocents regularly. Sam Harris does a good bit about this. He talks about how if you knew your grandfather beat a family to death with a shovel, you'd think he was a psycho, but if he was a USAF bomber pilot and firebombed Dresden, you'd likely wouldn't be too fussed. Yeah, no shit. But Sam Harris is smart enough to understand that psychologically, killing a person to person, right? Let's say that there's no self-defense scenario. I just walk up to a human being and I slit their fucking throat. I'm treating them either as an animal or an enemy, and I'm doing that in person. When it comes to bombing, like aerial bombing, you can extrapolate it out to, well, I'm in war and I'm fighting this other side, and this other side has a logistics supply network, and I'm trying to hit the logistics supply network, and blah, 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 blah. And you can also do these evaluations of, well, we're going to firebomb Dresden, and yeah, we're probably going to kill a few 100,000 civilians tonight through firebombing. However, the whole goal of this is so that we can have revenge for the bombing of Britain, which is unprovoked and unnecessary. And we're trying to visit the harm upon the Germans that they are visiting upon the Brits. And we're also doing this so we can save Allied lives, because the sooner that my enemy surrenders, the less of my friends die. So there's like 10,000 extrapolations to that. Whereas, how does beating a family to death with a shovel achieve any kind of military goal? Right? You might be able to like Robert Bales. He's the guy in Afghanistan who slaughtered like 24 families. Like, I think he seriously just shot and killed like 30 people, men, women, and children. You might be able to say, well, if the entire United States military operated like Robert Bales, then everybody would be so scared of us that they wouldn't do anything. Well, that's what the Russians do. And they still get into intractable wars, and they still lose shitloads of people. So it's not even proven that being more vicious and murderous is effective. If anything, I think modern warfare shows that, like, you don't have to kill everybody in order to win militarily.
What happened? The one dude, the one dude who was like, okay, guys, look, I'm a Zionist. I think that we should, at the very least, maintain the security of the Israeli state in a reasonable way. We have to fucking reason with these guys. He was called a pussy and then assassinated. And the dudes that...
True. This is where he's actually just being true. I forget the name. Yitzhak Rabin. Yitzhak Rabin assassinated. Yeah. So Yitzhak Rabin was a moderate who wanted to reconcile with the Palestinians, and then I think an assassin killed him. And this guy is I think this is the guy. I don't know, but the whole point was that this guy was like a pro-Zionist, like settler guy who loves settler stuff, and so this guy ended up being like a hero to like a small amount of Israel, but a substantive part of Israel views Yitzhak Rabin's assassin as a fucking hero, which is crazy pants. But that's Middle Eastern and North African politics for you. What are you going to do?
Literally wanted him assassinated are now in positions of power.
Yeah, it's
and they have been voted for. They've been voted into office over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like they've been getting more support, but like the reason they're in power, they don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu was forced into some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak.
Listen, it's a dark topic, so I'll take the humor where I can find it. Ivory goes, oh, so you can't even kill someone with a shovel? I thought this was America.
Genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together just to stay in power.
It's worth mentioning that it doesn't have wide support amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but
yeah, you don't get it. You have to shoot the civilians in the face. You have to.
But even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating. And he was right.
Oh yeah. Wait, who said that aside? Who said that?
There is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating. And he was right.
Yeah, I doubt he said that the rapes and murders were necessary, though.
Right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected
and weaponized to make the Israeli population become even more reactionary and demand more blood.
Let me just.
So why would you do it then? Why is that a good tactic? You know? Like, resist militarily, sure, but if shooting women and children in the face gives your enemy a pretext with which to wholly fucking annihilate you, why would you do it?
Let's ask you this then, and the analogy I gave you, okay, just to get a direct answer, where as the terrorist attacks are happening, there's people calling, saying,
Here we go. Here's the Frogan stuff.
my neighbors are being shot by terrorists right now. And there's people saying, go Palestine. Are they talking about Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No, it's not unreasonable.
And
for you to
I mean,
assume that.
listen, I think.
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that that Israelis feel towards Palestinians or Hamas, right? And I will say this as well.
This is like the worst struggle session ever.
Well, I think that if you are Palestinian, and it is understandable that
I'll get you a Discord link.
They see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter, because for them, this is the first time that they have seen they've seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen the barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders, like, and do
what? What?
And doing some kind of shit. Maybe I mean I do have a problem, but let's say
what kind of shit though?
They attacked a military outpost. They attacked settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like this is more acceptable. But like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. You're giving way too much fucking credence to your opposition. Come on, man. Wake up. Wake up, Ethan. It's time to wake up.
Like, I just don't think there's any room for exceptions there.
No,
there's a big difference. You know what I mean? I understand and I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself.
Yes, civilian targets are never seen as appropriate. That is 100%.
And it was just
never seen as appropriate or never appropriate, Hasan? Are you appealing to the optics or are you appealing to the morality? I would like you to follow up. Please. Please tell me what you meant there. Was that because English is your second language? Is that why you said it's never seen as appropriate? Please tell me.
That is literally the rule. That's the rule, is that like civilian targets are not appropriate.
And again, Israel kills civilians, right?
Yeah.
Not saying that. I know they do. It's like, it's not even debated, at least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse, though, to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, let's go Palestine, and not say like, yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians.
I think that whoever people are cheering on is ultimately inconsequential, because
oh, fuck you. But I'll hear you out.
Actions of the state and the actions of our state, the actions of all Western states,
come on,
is significantly more important.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
in the consequential analysis, I don't think people cheering on terrorist attacks is really that materially relevant. Thanks, Hasan, you fucking nerd.
Again.
And I find it to be unproductive. And I also think it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think it's fucking ridiculous that the indifference that people have to human casualties is gross. And it's never more perfectly demonstrated by people being like, oh, the BLM Chicago account that is like not even affiliated with the organization, even though I don't even like the official BLM organization anyway, is posting a photo
Sacred Snow says you should see if Danabo is willing to do all that descriptive extra shit for YouTube. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll do the professional things eventually.
Right? And then immediately people are like, look, this is how BLM is. Like, you know, see, you guys have to immediately apologize. Everyone who was like been associated with BLM has to apologize for this random fucking Instagram account. That is politics. People are using the deaths of Israelis and the deaths of Palestinians.
Dude, this is the most uncomfortable fucking sweep job ever, where like it feels like the real takes are under the surface of all the sensitivity around the event, so we're not actually getting the real takes, but it feels like he's poking at it. Dice for $10 says, hey Connor, I had a deathmatch fight on this on the Discord the other day. What's your take on Hershey's milk chocolate? Okay. So I'm going to start out with something non-conciliatory. Hershey's milk chocolate is the worst chocolate of all the chocolates. But there's no such thing. I've never had bad chocolate in my entire life. I fucking love chocolate. 30% of my bloodstream is chocolate. Okay. So I will eat Hershey's milk chocolate, $2 dog shit chocolate all fucking day. So that's kind of like asking me, what do you think about Cece's Pizza? Right? Or the pizza from Chuck E. Cheese. I'll be like, the pizza from Chuck E. Cheese sucks ass. I will have 7 slices. Okay?
To do domestic politics, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I also think, and maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't, that a part of the do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence rhetoric is I think cynically applied to every single person that wants to talk about ending this conflict, even if it's talking about ending the conflict from the perspective of like,
do I think all life is fractal? Yeah, probably. If you mean that it like emanates from like a small thing that turns into a bigger thing, turns into a bigger thing, turns into a bigger thing. Yeah. Absolutely.
Israeli security, where the Harvard Student Organization that got together and said the violence that Israel experienced today is squarely the.
Pine Tree says Connor gave a statement that the starvation deaths were a dozen a day. I think it's only kicked off recently. I think it's the starvation deaths have only kicked off within the past few months. They've been warning about an impending starvation situation for the past several years. However, within the past like week, with the red light, green light games that the Israelis are being accused of playing, doing with the food aid, with the random gunfights around like food stations, killing dozens of civilians and all that kind of shit. That's where recently I've been, effectively told that like the distribution network for the food is insufficient, and the security apparatus is so difficult to navigate that people are now dying of starvation, a few dozen a day, right?
The consequence of the brutal occupation. They said that in the United States of America, the Harvard Students Organization, there's plenty of Jewish Americans that are involved in writing that. What happened? Every single psychopathic VC hedge fund dipshit said, these people need to be punished. Give us their names. And they got their names. They did canary mission style psychopathic doxing on students for saying what? For saying exactly the same thing that the Haaretz editorial board wrote, word for word, bar for bar. The Israeli paper of record.
I'll say this.
And the Harvard Students Association had an identical perspective. And what happened in America? They got
maybe because you were cheered on terrorism after it fucking happened.
Doxed. There are on the campus right now.
Again,
Chris says, does Connor believe the Emperor is coming back, or is he going to die and birth a new Chaos God? I think based off of the most recent lore, it's going to be a new Chaos God. Because there was some entry that a custodian was overlooking the Emperor and that they had fed him souls for so long and he knew what he was feeding was like evil, that effectively it's going to be a new Chaos God. I have no idea if it's going to be a Chaos God of order. I have no fucking idea. Maybe it'll be like Sigmar. I think it'll be like Sigmar, to be honest. So it might be a god of order, but he's like draconian and murderous. I don't know. Deep question: does the future affect the past? not that I know of. Our perceptions about the future absolutely affect the past because we that's what we push towards, right? Those are the ideals we push towards.
Literally, their photos are being
I
posted.
read the letter. It was not that bad. People were going crazy and way overreacting about it. If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
But there's no timing placed on another a group of people's emancipation. There's no like
Yeah, there is. Slavery, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Hell yeah, there were fucking timelines on people's emancipation. What the fuck are you talking about?
Stop. Their timing matters.
No,
let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
I do. Well, Ethan, I said
you can't cheer on Hamas, dude. And then he's like, hold on, Ethan. Do you know what the sane answer is? The sane answer is, yeah, I don't. Fuck them. Right?
You know what I said. And on the day.
What did you say, bro? Please tell me.
Of the occupation.
I know you.
And what does he keep looking at? Why isn't he looking at Ethan? Is he looking at chat? What is he looking at?
Don't, but like we're being a little silly. Like if somebody says go fucking
the only difference
Palestine
between what I said
while people are being murdered, like that's pro Hamas. That's what it is. You're helping
the
Oh,
you know what I mean? That's what it is. And I understand all the little subtext.
But what's the distinction? But what's the distinction between what the Harvard students said, what I said, what many Israelis also said as well, versus like what you perceive other people were saying when you don't know the fuller picture of like their perspective?
First of all,
There's
I don't have a
something else.
problem with what they said.
Okay, you don't.
And I'm curious about how soon after this massacre it was released, because I assuming, and we can look into
what's
this.
the barrier of acceptability though? Or is it that you know me personally and you know what my opinion is, which is why
What did you say?
You can understand.
You didn't say anything like you did not say like free Palestine or some shit after murderers were happening.
I said that resistance to apartheid is always imperfect, and there are
let's go. I'm so fucking bored, but finally they're sucking me back in. It's always going to be imperfect. Fuck you, Hasan. You fucking piece of shit. Let's add that one. Resistance to apartheid is always going to be imperfect. Nice. That's what I cared about. I cared about some civilians getting caught in the crossfire while Hamas was in a firefight with the IDF. I cared that there was some collateral damage. That's what I cared about. I didn't care about them intentionally shooting men, women, and children in the fucking face and then dragging their corpses through the streets of Gaza like they were fucking hunting trophies. No. Resistance to apartheid is always imperfect. Amazing quote, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, anyways. John Kennedy says, Hasan's view on October 7th reminds me of piece of shit relatives of a burglar was shot who said that because the burglar didn't have a gun, it was unfair he was shot. Yep. If Hasan really cared about Palestine, he never would have collaborated with them in the beginning. It's all a grift. Maybe. Dice says Hasan is a 2-bit, 7 IQ handbrain who tries to fit reality into his ideology instead of the other way around. Seeping Green for 100 DKK. Thank you, King. Does human perception of the afterlife create an afterlife? And if so, Morgan Freeman God? No, I don't think so. I think the material universe obeys its own rules. That would be funny, though. That would be funny if we, like, through the belief of whatever, we actually had some influence on, like, quarks. And then we created within the eye of a black hole some, like, heavenly plane of existence. That would be fucking crazy. That'd be cool. Black Rainbow, how civilized of you. Generally, I find the shovels to be more useful after the killing. That's very civilized. Yeah. All right.
Casualties everywhere, which means.
And what about the intentional murdering and rapes of fucking civilians, Hasan? How about that? How about we just address that real quick?
There are casualties on the Israeli side, and there are going to be casualties on the Palestinian.
And what were the casualties on the Israeli side? Was it 1,200 total, 900 civilians. So 75% of the people killed were civilians. And not only were they civilians who were killed, but we have endless amounts of videos that they weren't caught in the crossfire of a gunfight, but they basically somebody walked up to people begging for their lives and shot them anyways. What was the nature of those deaths, Hasan? Was it collateral damage or was it intentional murder?
Statement, Hasan.
Yes, that is ultimately the same as saying free Palestine. It is, because
it's not,
my goal
dude.
is
it's
to
not.
free Palestine.
I know what you mean,
No,
but it's not. It's not.
Dude, Ethan could go so much fucking harder right now. He should be telling Hasan to go fuck himself.
Here's
the thing, bro.
Here's the thing.
What you're saying is,
I like how when it comes to rape on the Israeli side, we have videos of basically a dozen Israeli guards sodomizing a guy to death, which is repulsive. And the people who actually engage in the act of sodomy that killed this guy, they should be incarcerated for life and or executed. But when it comes to Hamas rapes, we just have to go, it's imperfect. What are you going to do? They're oppressed.
And again, people, don't be silly about this.
What's funny is, for the oppressor and for the oppressed, if you sodomize somebody to death, I think you should be fucking killed. That's my opinion.
Talking about the timing. As civilians are being murdered, as the story's developing, people saying this, okay? That's an important distinction.
Yes, Ethan, your instincts are correct. Your instinct to freak the fuck out is correct.
Like, your take about, like, listen, Gazans are under apartheid, they're being genocided and all this, which is all true.
And that is what's causing this violent retaliation.
And it's what's causing this retaliation, yes. Which is all true. I'm sorry, but it's not the fucking same as saying, let's go Palestine as bodies are hitting the floor. It's not the same.
No, I understand.
And frankly, I think people are in the distinction. Thank you. And I think people are not being.
And I think you understand the distinction, Hasan. Ethan's not going to accuse you of sweeping, but I'm going to accuse you of sweeping. I think you were sweeping. I think you're saying all this sanitized shit because you don't want to catch shit because you know it's a politically sensitive movement, but ultimately you agree with all the people who are saying, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go Palestine. Hell yeah.
Being careful.
And I think people are justified in looking at that and thinking like, oh, okay, this person's happy that Israeli citizens are dying.
What if the punishment was death by sodomy? Well, you know, if it's legal, I guess.
Like,
okay, that's sarcasm, guys. Cruel and unusual punishment, the 8th Amendment, it exists for a reason. Is 8th Amendment cruel and unusual punishment? What is the 8th Amendment? Yep. Prohibits excessive bail, excessive fines, and cruel and unusual punishment. Yep.
What? Like, I'm sorry, but that's a defensible position to take.
No, Ethan,
I'm going to let him excuse terrorism like another once or twice, and then I think I got what I need. So don't go anywhere.
Expanding on free Palestine in that moment I'm glad that Israelis are being murdered. The jump there is, you know,
it's not very far at all, you fucking tool.
No, let me explain.
Go ahead.
The jump there is literally you knowing what I represent and who I am versus you not knowing. You want to know why? Because you think when I said that, people didn't misconstrue my statements. My name is Hasan. I am the America Deserved 9/11 guy. If you think that the very same forces, the very same people that despise what I had to say about blowback and 9/11 did not have the exact same opinion that you have over.
True, Hasan saying I am this piece of shit. Ethan, listen to him.
I don't know what other people thought about what you said. Okay, I know that I thought it was a much more respectful.
Yeah, but you think his instinct, he probably didn't do the let's go Palestine shit because he knew that he had a fucking podcast with a Jewish man who was married to a fucking Israeli. That's probably why he didn't shitpost about it. But let's be real. If he wasn't best friends with a fucking Jew who ran a podcast with who was married to an Israeli, he might have been saying the same shit, Ethan, obviously.
Empathic take And I doubt. And when did you do that as bodies were hitting the floor, son? When did you tweet out your?
I mean, technically, the 9/11 joke was like 20 years after the fact, so I guess it wasn't that bad.
Your statement about
I think, I mean, well, for the next 2 days, Palestinian forces were still deep embedded inside of Israeli proper positions in southern towns. So there were still people dying.
So how about this as a separation?
What?
When people are calling in the news and talking about their neighbors and children being murdered in front of them is not the time.
Okay.
Brandon Zero says, I came late, but Connor, what's the purpose of doing this? Is it for the debate later today to show Pisco? You do know that he would throw you to be conservative tactic, right? I don't know that. Yeah, sure. But he can't plead ignorance after today. Sacred Sosa's got to drive. Everyone have a good day. 07 and inshallah to all our new Grill Hottie brothers and sisters. True. You guys should be here tomorrow. Now, that being said, I think we got the point of what we were trying to do today. And it's like projected to be 100 degrees today. And I'm going to be back on for 2 hours later. So the things that I took away from today are that I should read State and Revolution because apparently Lenin is a great writer, that we need to start our own 10% grill tithe as soon as we're financially able to, and that for disaster relief and canvassing events, we actually need to run a grill. And reference the content that we actually covered, though, I have a dozen talking points for Hasan Piker and far lefties being pieces of shit. And I think this is the crux of the argument. I think I put it at the top. That Hasan's goal is to undermine the American empire so foreign states can become revolutionary communist projects, that he's doing a two-wave attack, that he's going to try to push people to social democratic positions in order to shift normies left. But what he's also doing is agitated propaganda to get them to buy into revolutionary concepts, that he explicitly endorses the radicalization funnel of moving people so eventually they're communist revolutionaries, that the Hakim, this is from Hakim, but there was no pushback from Hasan, that their useful political enemies are liberals and sock dems who try to stop the radicalization stage at social democracy and at Scandinavian style mixed economy capitalism. So they're political enemies. So all I want to hear is that Hasan, while he might vote the same way as me, is a political enemy with an ideological position that is opposed to my own position. That's what I want to hear tonight. And if they make it, if they just say, oh yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit, but not only is he a piece of shit, I now know that he's an ideological enemy and we can accept his vote, but we're not going to court it, then I will consider that a decent conversation that went the way that I wanted it to win. But when they're pushing on us on like, oh, I don't know that. I don't know that Hasan believes that. I don't know that Hasan believes that. I'm going to have these 12 talking points that we researched today. It's more than 12, but I still have them for the debate. So we're going to do good. So I'm just going to check in with chat for a little bit. Quick shill before you guys jump to your other favorite streamers. Like the stream. Donate if you can. I appreciate. We had like 200 plus people here almost the entire time. We had 30 different donations. I parasocially love you for all that. And I'll thank the donors again momentarily. But like the stream, engage in the chat, watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, love the VODs, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. I also expect you to type Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling, into your search bar to go over to that channel, subscribe to that channel, and I expect to see you there tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. because I stream Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. every day. So on Tuesdays, I'm on Counterpoints, but Monday through Friday, I'm at Valor. Otherwise, yes, thank you for spelling it out. Sacred Snow says 104 degrees in my car. Bad day to have leather seats. It's actually getting super hot in here. I think the heat index is 100. And I'm in Central Florida. It's fucking brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Scrolling. What if the punishment is sodomy? I believe in the 8th Amendment. That is exactly what's going to go on. Why Hasan keeps looking at the chat. Yeah, because he needs to sweep enough that people still know that he's the same revolutionary commie bro that he always is. But he needs to be palatable enough that he doesn't totally alienate everybody in the chat. West Coast Girl says, notice how Hasan is always twisting into pretzels to never directly condemn Hamas because he thinks any heinous atrocity is justified against Israelis because that's his form of justice. Yes, actually. Actually, he would say it's bad, but it's bad for optics. But he understands why oppressed people lash out. That's how he would talk about mass executions of civilians and rape. Don't recall Ukrainians raping women and burning babies alive in their resistance. Nope. Brandon Zero says, I came late, but Connor, what's the purpose of doing this? Yeah, I answered that question. It is to research for later. And if they do try to jump around, they cannot plead ignorance after this. The devil says, Pisco may throw this into the piss bucket, but the audience will know. True. Hasan is equal to Charlie Kirk. Got it. Yep. Ideologically, yes. Politically, practically, no. And that'll be another crux of the argument. What's the sticky note silliness? Get obsidian. You can obsidian my nuts, but maybe I'll get obsidian if it's actually a good thing. I'll YouTube it later. Eben says, my art for Connor. Let me know if the flowchart is helpful or useless. The uggo. Yeah, I'll check my Discord DMs. Sorry that I muted myself earlier and did not know that I was muted for like 15 minutes, but that's the nature of the beast. Peter Mars says, great stream today. Thank you, Peter Mars. I appreciate you. Sin Patty says, y'all have a good one. Great stream, Connor. Thank you, Sin Patty. Lethal Lance says, it's not only him opposed to your position, it's that he literally views us as his political enemies and what implication that entails. Yeah, if he could line us up on a wall and shoot us, he would. He just can't. Gazinator says, parasocially love you. Parasocially love you too. Evan says, already subbed. Thank you, King. Good luck on the debate. Thank you. Sapien Green says, I'd love to be more active, but I'm working and people insist I work for some reason. Same, bro. Same. Gotta eventually learn the grill hottest ideology. Don't worry. Come tomorrow. I'll fill you in. The Mohammed Svensson says, the reason Hasan is looking to it as Ethan's producer, Dan, who is a huge Hasan simp and agrees with him on pretty much everything. Got you. So he's looking at Dan. Brandon Zero says, dog, I am in Puerto Rico and I came out from my air-conditioned room and I started sweating outside the room, lol. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. The actual apartheid in South Africa didn't end in rape and the wholesale slaughter either. Yeah, statistically, I think it was only 200 civilian dead over the course of a decade. Hamas topped South African ANC in one day, what they did in 10 years. Dr. Zaya says, I'm dying, man. It's supposed to be 98 right now. It's 102 according to the thermometer. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. Dice says, yo, Connor, is Hasan just an actual mask-on communist? Yes. Everyone on Earth says no, he's a socialist, but every single conversation I've had with the farms, they're blatant communists. Yeah, literally, I mean, I don't know if you were here for the conversation with Hakeem and with Second Thought, but yeah, he's just mask on. Of course he's mask on. So anyways, I'm going to thank everybody who donated. Sapien Green, Dice5, True Zealot, K, The Devil, Jordan Victor, S, JL, S again, S again, S again, S again, Mellow D, Trap Leader, Grassroots Hegemon, The Devil again, Fast and Bulbous, AF Racing, Grassroots again, Vlad with the memberships, Grassroots with the memberships, Starhawks, Vlad, Death Lily 76, Megastar, Casey from Long Island, Ensort, my buddy Nick. I hope he doesn't mind me doxing his first name because I like him. He's a good dude. Fashion 40, Mythos GG, Jonas Skoglund, and Mark Grolke. Thank you for your donations today. Seriously, it means a lot. West Coast says, bahaha, it's glorious 68 degrees in the Bay Area. Ah, fuck you. Don't step on shit when you step outside, okay? Crayon says, please, I really hope the panel won't turn out like the previous one. Stick to one point and autistically debate the topic until it's done. Okay, sounds good. All right. I parasocially love you guys. I expect you to see you tomorrow. Type in Valor Media Network, enter it into your search bar. Subscribe to that channel. I'll see you at 9:30 a.m. I parasocially love you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Bye, guys.